Testing 1 2, mic check 1 2.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company, we're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 4th Annual Cattlemen's Congress, a show managed by cattlemen for cattlemen. Together we've created a lasting legacy here in Oklahoma City, and we are so proud to have each and every one of you here with us. At this time, before we get started in the Jim Norick Arena, if you could please all rise for our national anthem. Well, again, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Cattlemen's Congress. Over here in Ring 1, we're going to get started with your Junior Limousin and Lim-Flex show. Your first division in the ring will be Division 1 here in the Limousin show. We're excited to welcome our judge this morning, Mr. Shane Bedwell of Holt, Missouri. In Ring 2, we are going to welcome your judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg. Your first class in the ring will be Class 1. These will be spring bull calves born May to June of 2023.
Well, good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you, and it'll be fun to share the ring here with Bedwell on the other side. And nice way to start off here, a good bull calf here in this first class single entry, really moderate in his size, a good bodied bull that's got some shape as you get around behind him, some masculinity and some ruggedness to him as well. So we'll see how he stacks up against his contemporaries as we get some other bulls here, but a nice way to start off, calf that's got some spread and some shape to him.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 2, starting out your bull show. First place, so go to back number 8183. That's KGWL 304 Jude, exhibited by William Cratermacher. We're now going to bring in Class 2. These be spring bull calves born March, April of 23.
Morning, Blake. How are you? This is going to be a good day. Looking forward to it. Exciting breed judging and a good pair of heifers to get started with. I like this boy's heifer quite a bit. Just see a lot of quality, a lot of shape, a lot of style in this heifer. You know, she's got a beautiful turn to her rib shape. I think she's truer in her lower 1/3. I like her tail head a little better than the heifer in second. One in second has a little more length and volume and depth. Heifer's got a lot of doability to her right now, just maybe a little bit plainer, a little bit flatter as you get into her, but a really nice pair of heifers to start. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 1. First place go to back number 9,000. This is LFL Lexi 3088 Del ET, exhibited by Colt Parkinson of Evelyn, Texas. Second place and congratulations go to back number 9003, exhibited by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. We'll now bring in your next class. This will be the final class in this first division. There'll be 2 entries in this class.
Let's pull her on around. Another 2-head class. The girls' heifer, I think, just has obviously the performance advantage, but she's just a little better built in terms of her structure, particularly how she handles her hip and her hind leg there, how she goes. Just a really nice heifer. Boys' heifer in second certainly has a lot of good to her. Needs a little bit more time. Going to be a nice moderate type female when it's all said and done.
Well, congratulations in the Limousin ring. Results out of Class 2. First place will go to back number 9009. That's Legacy's Letty, exhibited by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois. Second place in that class will go to back number 9005. That's Turner Sanders of Huntington, Texas. We'll now look to see those first and seconds, and our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell, will select his first division here in your Junior Limousin show.
These are May and April heifers here in this first division, and an interesting kind of set of cattle for sure, but I think there's one that just puts it together a little bit better, that has probably the right maturity, the right shape, the right style, the right quality. Boy in the hat will win this division. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Pretty complete heifer to start out with. Young lady, bring this heifer over. That was second to him. I think it gets close here, you know, between a couple of heifers. Heifer that's got a little more white on her leg there, certainly kind of fits that same mold as our champion. Heifer out of the second class certainly has a lot of look and quality. She's a little down on those pasterns, and that bothers me a little bit, especially on those front feet. She's a little long-toed already. I'm going to keep these two out of the first class together as your division and reserve. Let's give them a good hand, please.
Really a competitive class of bulls over here on our Gelbvieh balancer side. The bull that wins the class, I think, really puts a lot of positives together from a strength perspective. A bull that's got some shape down his top and out of his hip. I think easily the most busted open bull we've got in this group in terms of his rib cage and his power, and still has a good look to him when you get off of him from the side. Pretty good testicle as well. I think adequate in the way he travels. A good bull there to lead off the class. The bull that comes in second, a really easy traveling bull. I like the flexibility that he has off of his hind leg. Sets down good in terms of his feet squareness. Probably not just the extra wow factor of the bull we have that leads off the class. Not as shapely up high, but a good dude bull. Looks like he's got some turnout value. I think some quality in that individual. I like this third bull from the side. He really props up with some balance. He's really strong in his top line. He's level out of his hip. Wants to prance just a little bit off of his front end. I'd like to set his shoulder into him a little differently, a little twisted in the scrotum as well. I'd like to see that descend a little more evenly. Good pair of bulls to close. These are both good cattle. They're a little more moderate. Red bull here I thought was just a little more correct in the way he set down from behind. A bull that's got some doability, maybe not quite as much performance in that particular bull. And the bull we close with, another husky bull in terms of his body and his mass. Probably doesn't fit together quite as nicely from a balance perspective, but still a bull that I think has some use and some value to him. So good class of these bulls here in Class 2.
Well, congratulations back over in the Limousin ring. Results out of your first division. Champion will go to back number 9,000, exhibited by Colt Parkinson, Levelland, Texas. Reserve champion also going to come out of Class 1, back number 9,003, exhibited by Bailey Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Now in ring 1 is your second division here in our junior Limousin show. This will be Class 3. Back in the balancer bull division, Class 2 Spring Bull Calves. First place was exhibited by September Farms of Franklin, Nebraska, with KKKG Lincoln Lawyer L304. Second place was exhibited by Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. Third place in that class will go to Pro Heart Seed Stock of Pueblo, Colorado. Fourth place was exhibited by Bradley Waltz of Jasper, Missouri. And fifth place went to Jonathan Coley of Jasper, Missouri. Now in ring 2, our judge is going to select his champion reserve Spring Bull Calf.
A very competitive division here as we start off the bull show, and I think quality individuals all the way through. We had just that single entry up out of the first class and that very competitive second class. And again, I think, as a breeder, as you sit in the stands, you find pieces or build around bulls that you need. I don't have the EPD performance, but, if you need some of that, you can sure look at the paper and in the program. There's some good bulls out here. We're going to keep these two bulls out of the second class, though, to represent our division and reserve. Let's give them a nice round of applause. Good pair of bulls.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer bull ring. Your spring bull calf champion will go to back number 8155, exhibited by September Farms of Franklin, Nebraska. Reserve champion will go to back number 8153. That was Brooke Cooper, Burdett, Kansas. In the balancer ring, we'll now look to see Class 4. These will be winter bull calves born February of 23.
Pretty stout March class here to tie into, and all three of the heifers are really, really good. Super competitive class. Girls heifer that wins, I think her condition's a little bit better for me. I start at the top of her neck. She's fresher, a little more ladylike in her head. Like how she transitions in her shoulder and her forerib. Top line's really good, super flexible and sound, and how she goes. Heifer, I think, has just got a lot of future ahead of her still. I think the one place where you would tweak her maybe just a little bit is up in her tail head, and that's where the heifer in second definitely has an advantage. She's definitely a female that's stout and bold in terms of her rib and her body. I like that heifer's density, her substance, and her power. Undoubtedly, I think a little bit for me, this heifer's maybe pushing a little more condition, just a little chuffier personally here for me, and that throws off her balance. She can get a little piecey at times, both moving and set up from the side. Heifer in third, the white flanked heifer, has a lot of quality too. A female that is probably a little bit more like our class winner, how she gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder, very attractive in terms of her look. When this heifer kind of gets set up, sometimes she wants to toe out and just turn out a little bit more up front. Doesn't have quite the substance to her as those two that win the class. Nice job.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Limousin Ring results of Class 3 here in Division 2. First place to go to back number 9014. That's LJRJ Miss Living the Dream ET, exhibited by Sailor Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma. Second place go to back number 9015. That's Zachary Buchanan with HB Whiskey 321 LET. And third place and congratulations will go to Clayton Kessler of Crawfordsville, Indiana. We'll now look to see your next class here in our second division. This will be Class 4.
Another very competitive class and a good class of bulls, I think, all the way down the line, and certainly some prospects out here that I think as a breeder you can look in for some different pieces. To me, undeniable is the stoutness of feature of the bull we have that leads off the class. His foot and his bone work, heaviness of structure, and the power this bull has. And with that, he hooks up pretty good from the side in terms of his balance and his proportions. A bull that's got some rib, he's got some mass. When he settles in, I think the bull reaches and strides well. You know, he's probably not as wide-chested as the bull we have that comes in second, and that's probably where I'd tweak him a little bit. But I think there's a lot of good in that bull in terms of his stoutness and his substance and his strength. This bull really gives you a nice look from the side as well. Very eye-appealing bull that's strong in his top line and good out through his hip. Probably runs out of density as you take him to the ground in terms of foot size and bone work in relation to the bull that wins the class. We talked about this bull has a little more chest width than our class winner does. With that, though, he sets just a little wider up as you take him to the ground. But we're talking about small details between a very good pair of bulls. I just preferred the extra stoutness and substance of the bull that wins the class. Nice bull in third, really modern in his side, got an easy keeping look. Looks like he can send some daughters into production that has some doability. He's a little chuffier up and through his front end. I didn't read him being quite as long in terms of his stride when you asked him to get out and go, but a real cowpuncher in terms of body and mass and substance like that about him. The bull's just got to be a little easier traveling when you ask him to go and stretch him out just a bit. This bull has extra length, one that's a longer-sided bull. He's more extended from the profile, probably a little fresher to me in terms of the way he comes to us from a breeding condition perspective. He's just too fragile as you take him to the ground. He's too small in his foot size, and that correlates to his bone work as well. But that's kind of a raw-made bull that's got some extension, one that you like from the side. Just need to stouten him up as he goes. You got a pair of bulls here that are similar in type and kind. You can bring him around. A pair of moderate bulls that are muscular, look like they can inject some power into a calf crop, and honestly some cutability with the way they're designed. They're a little too tight-hearted for me, a little straighter off both ends, but you got to appreciate the raw power and mass those two bulls bring to the table. And then still a good solid red bull to close the class. From a structure perspective, that bull can get out and cover his track. He looks like he can offer some seasons of service in terms of his body and his doability. He just simply runs out of horsepower in relation to the other bulls within the class, but still a solid calf there to close out. Good set of bulls.
Well, congratulations over here in the Balancer Bull Ring results of Class 4. First place will go to back number 8163. That's JRI Relentless, exhibited by the Judd Ranch Incorporated of Pomona, Kansas. Second place will go to Brad McWilliams and Hilltop Farms of Asbury, Missouri. Third place was exhibited by Barwick Galvie of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place will go to Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Fifth place was exhibited by Plus One Cattle Company. Sixth place also to Plus One Cattle Company. And seventh place in that class will go to Bradley Waltz. Now in Ring 2's Class 5. These are winter bull calves born January to February of 2023.
Really good class here to sort and judge. Good pair of heifers again on the front. The quality keeps coming. I think the girls heifer is just one of those ones that's pretty darn intriguing in terms of the amount of look and style and power and substance that heifer combines while still being really athletic, really comfortable in terms of her structure. Her knee particularly, I think, in the way that shoulder blends into her body, how she reaches out of her front end, really like how that female's goes, and the length, the top line, the flexibility, and the hock is big time good. Female in second is going to have her day, and she's a female that you really like in terms of just being really true in her cow look, awesome in her body, really feminine in terms of her type and kind and the shape of her neck. I like in this heifer. She's going to get better with time. Female that's just a little bit straighter up front for me personally. Heifer gets her tail head out of her just a little bit and doesn't quite match the substance and power of that heifer that wins today. Heifer in third, just again, needs a little more time. Female's got a beautiful shape to her, a really nice turn, just a little shallower out here in this lineup. Really a nice class of cattle.
Well, congratulations back over here in the junior Limousin ring. First place, so go to back number 9019. That's Ratliff Legacy 301 LET, exhibited by J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Second place, go to Bo London of Collinsville, Texas, with TASF Loving That Class 728L. Third place in that class, and congratulations go to Olivia Landreth. We'll now look to see Class 5 here in Division 2 of your junior Limousin show.
It's another very competitive class of bull calves here, and I think there's bulls in this group that do some far-reaching things, and you know there's a place or two you might want to tweak on them, but again, as you weigh totals and you weigh positives, this big testicle bull that starts the class, just a little more my kind from a body perspective. He's got a little more spread to his top. He's got a little more turn to the upper part of his rib cage. I think he's one of the sounder structures out in the group. I just think this bull really fits together nicely from the side. He balances well. I think he's the one that you have to make the least excuses for. Now, there'll be times he wants to fight the nose just a little bit, but I think when that bull gets out and goes, he moves well. He's easy traveling. He's got some flexibility to him and some spread. The bull in second got a real good look to him in terms of being really opened up in his body. He's a bull that looks like a herd sire prospect just in terms of his range ready look that he's got. A good bodied bull as well. I didn't read him being quite as comfortable as the bull that starts the class when he asked him to go off of his rear pastern and up in through his shoulder. But that's a real husky bull that's opened up. He's stout, he's dimensional, like all those things about him. Just need to tweak his structure just a bit. I like the stoutness of feature of this bull that comes in third. He's big-footed. He gets a little tighter in his heart and a little straighter in his shoulder. I just didn't read him being quite as comfortable as what our top two bulls get. Just the way he sets that shoulder out when he stands. But that bull, when you climb in behind him, has got a big hip. He's got a big top working in him. Probably the stoutest bone bull we've got in this particular group. There's a lot of good in that one. I just didn't read his top line staying quite as good or up in through his shoulder. The neatest looking one, but probably has the farthest reaching look, comes here in fourth. And this one is flat shouldered. He's got a neck like a cobra. He's long bodied. He's extended. You know, I don't like to just change this bull, make him a little more masculine in his feature, just make him, give him a little more substance in relation to those bulls we had ahead of him. But he's got a great look about him. I like to square that bull up as he goes away from you as well. This bull does have more muscle, more dimension, more top shape. A bull that's really wide open in terms of his framework. He gets a little up in his top line. He wants to round out of his hip. I didn't read that bull being quite as comfortable when we set the cattle into motion. Still a nice bull to close the class. One that's clean up through his front end, has some length of body and some natural spread to him. Probably the tightest hearted, shallowest flank bull we got in the group. He too wants to get a little up on his toes when we ask him to get out and travel.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your final class before the division, Class 5. First place will go to back number 8165. That's Cale Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Second place was exhibited by Post Rock Cattle Company of Bernard, Kansas. Third place will go to Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Fourth place went to Buller Galvies of Orleans, Nebraska. Fifth place, Drew Stock. And sixth place in that class exhibited by Casey Brown. We're now going to bring those firsts and seconds in, and our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will be selecting his champion reserve for your winner bull calves.
Really big, good class of January females here. And you got a nice pair here on the front end of the class that are a little contrasting in terms of type, and I think it's where you just put your priority and just say, okay, where's future going to be and where am I going to be the most comfortable? I think you could make a case for either one of them in that regard, but I'm probably just a little more comfortable with the heifer that wins the class because of her femininity, the way her shoulder blade ties into her top line, the way her shoulder ties into her body. I just see more future in that heifer and just maintaining her. I prefer the condition. We've had a couple classes like this where she's just a little nicer and fresher in her condition. She's finally relaxing this way as she goes out the gate. That tail head sitting in her, top line's really, really nice. She's impeccable in terms of her sharpness, her style. Undeniably a female that really, really gets you pretty turned up when you study her in terms of that quality. Really nice in terms of the shape and turn to her as you get into her underline. Awesome in her hind leg structure. This heifer in second in terms of just her body mass, her rib. She's more ready for the show today, and I think she's going to be a female that has that density and power long term. I love her bone, love the stoutness in her. To me, she's just a little PC and comes apart and behind her shoulder at times, again, starting to put a little more condition up through that front end. Same thing here with this heifer coming out next here in third. A lot of rib, a lot of doability. I think because of that extra condition, if you study her front end, she's wanting to turn out just a little bit when she gets comfortable and stop. And I just like to clean her up and balance her up a little bit better. Real useful female coming here in fourth. Certainly like the moderation, the body, the doability. Just a little plainer to go along with it. Heifer coming next in the class, the girl with the pigtails, has a long-bodied, really stout bone, high-performing heifer, just a little bit tight and pinched in her forerib. She needs to be more coordinated off of those back feet and those hind legs. So we work on down in her class, a couple of kids working hard, brought some good heifers to town. Let's give them a good hand. I think we're ready for a division.
Get over here in the selection of our winter bull calf champion on the Gelbvieh side. And again, two very good classes, very competitive, I thought, all the way through. And there's parts and pieces in each one of those bulls that certainly had some value. We get these two out here in this division, these two class winners in respective seconds. Bull that wins that first class really gives us a nice look from the side. Really like the stoutness of feature this bull has, the length of body. He's an easy traveling bull that's adequate in his thickness, one that you like his tidiness of sheath. The bull's got a stout, rugged, masculine look about him. And the bull that won that second class, I thought was just pretty complete in that group. A bull that's got some shape and some turn and some spread. A bull that's probably not as long-bodied as our bull that wins the first class. He's a little maybe coarser in his sheath, but I think two very, very good bulls. A little different in type and kind. Then we got 2 seconds that I like both of them real well. We'll bring one of them across here and give him another look. But my preference in this division comes out of class 1. This young lady's bull, he's going to be our champion. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Your winter bull calf division champion goes to back number 8163, exhibited by the Judd Ranch, Pomona, Kansas. And reserve champion that division, and congratulations, goes to back number 8165, exhibited by Cal Cook of Lindsay, Oklahoma. Back over in the Limousin ring, our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell, will be selecting his Division Two champion reserve.
Got a single entry here in this class, a bull that's tremendously shapely and really busted open from one end to the other. Really good down his top in terms of the meat and muscle and spread that he's got. And with that, he still moves pretty comfortably as you ask him to get out and go. A lot of good to that bull, a lot of doability. We'll see how he stacks up in this division. Nice entry the young man's brought to us. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the balance ring. First place and your senior bull calf division champion will go to Reed Overmiller of Smith Center, Kansas. We're now going to bring in your next class here in the balancer ring. This will be your intermediate bull division.
Another single entry bull here on the Gelbvieh side, really straight and strong in his top line. Really like this bull as you study him from hooks to pins, and he really one that's got a good front end in him as well. The bull balances, he's got some symmetry, still gets out and travels well, has some flexibility off both ends. Very high quality bull here the young lady brought to us as a single entry. Congratulations to her.
Well, congratulations in the bouncer ring. Intermediate bull champion will go to back number 8177. That's Mr. Red Maple Twister 230K, exhibited by Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. We'll now look to see Class 11. These will be junior yearling bulls born January to February of 22.
Well, this is an interesting division. Boy, the quality is just incredible. And I think as breeders, fan clubs behind these young people, just enthusiasts of any kind of cattle, should be really excited about what you're viewing right now. I think it's pretty commendable to the exhibitors to bring such an incredible set of cattle here to show in this great arena. I'm having fun. It's enjoyable. It's a bit of a mind bender, I guess, with what you want to do and how you want to pull the trigger, because I really like all 6 of these females really, really, really well. I think they probably deserve a little discussion as you get into them, and just I'll tell you what I see, and that's all I'm going to make of it, and then we'll go select a couple and get on with the show. The heifer that wins the first class, she's really, really nice. I see a lot of good in this female, both in terms of this setting and also when you kick this female out and make her a donor sometime down the road. It's just a lot of good in this heifer and how she's shaped. She's super female-like in her image. She probably has a little more throat compared to the 2 heifers behind her. All that believes to me just to lend to her cow character and the good that she's going to have long-term, because her head's shaped right, the shape of her neck is really good. And then I think as you get into them, this heifer is really, really sound in terms of her structure, and just her function that she has out here is just awesome in my opinion. The heifer out of the second class, she's kind of the warhorse, just kind of crazy looking freak show one out here in terms of just the bone, the power, the look, the femininity, the extras that she offers. Well, when she decides to kind of be a show cow, whew, she'll get that neck right out of her top of her shoulder and just put it up there, just give you a really, really impressive look. There's times when she's not on her A game where she can get a little piecier on her guy, and I'm just telling you what I see just over the top of her shoulder, and then just kind of how she sets in that hip at times. That heifer can kind of get just a little bit awkward to me. She's plenty big and she's got plenty of horsepower. That's just her. And, you know, you like those things about her, but at the same time, you know, there's just some things that, you know, she doesn't piece together all the way, set up from the profile at times, but I like her. She's an intriguing breeding heifer for sure. Heifer out of the third class, she's kind of the same way. There's times where you just say, heads up, killer, awesome looking, stylish. She has that division advantage by a mile. And then at times she just wants to say, okay, I'm just kind of hanging out here. And, you know, this heifer has all the things I think it takes probably to make a really, really phenomenal junior yearling on down the road, because she's shaped so good in that front end and her neck. Her chest floor is good. The shape of her body is really, really nice, and her structure is really, really cool. I think in terms of that back leg to be a big-time good one on down the road. Her tail head sets up in her a little bit, and that kind of bothers me at times, but that heifer I really like in terms of that extra quality and good that she has. Awesome division. Put your hands together, and we'll go get you a couple of champions. Thank you.
Very, very high quality pair of bulls here in this class. Both these bulls offer some things that are certainly unique, and in tandem, they kind of contrast each other in some spots as well. But I just think ease of movement and ease of travel allows this bull to win the class. The way he goes off of his hind leg, he's just takes a little more ground-consuming stride. He's a stout rascal when you take him to the ground in terms of his foot size and his bone work. And I think as you get behind the cattle, he's a little more genuine from hooks to pins as we compare him to the bull that comes in second. Now, he's probably not as neat in his shoulder design or maybe in his look as the bull that comes behind him, but I think in terms of flexibility, stoutness of feature, and running gear, he's the bull that's my choice in this group. This bull's really flat-shouldered. He's got a really neat look about him, a good-bodied bull in terms of softness of flank, Really a heads up, good looking bull as well that's got some style. When you set him in motion, he comes up a little short in his rear stride as compared to our bull that wins the class. Not quite as opened up in his pin set, but that is a very, very good pair of bulls. I think both offer a lot of quality.
Well, congratulations in the balancer ring. Your junior yearling champion going to back number 8181. That was exhibited by Dobson Ranch of Caw City, Oklahoma. And reserve champion will go to back number 8180, exhibited by T-Bar S Cattle Company, Billings, Missouri. We'll now look to see your final class and division here in our Balancer Bull Show. And congratulations in our Junior Limousin Show, your division champion here in Division 2, coming out of Class 5. Congratulations goes to J.C. Parrish of Liberty, Texas, with TASF Legal Class 729 LET. Go ahead. And congratulations, your reserve division in Division 2 here in your Junior Limousin Show. Go to Miss Sailor Norvell, Tuttle, Oklahoma, with LJRJ, Miss Living the Dream, ET.
Another very impressive single entry bull here on the balancer side, a bull that's muscular, opened up. He's certainly like a stoutness as you get in behind him. Bull that's got a neat look to him from the side as well, and I really like the honesty of breeding condition that he comes to us in. You study that bull where his neck sits up there in relation to his flank and just his chest. I think just a very, very good bull that's got a lot of breeding incentive to him. We're going to have a real nice lineup as they come back out here, but this is certainly a bull that's going to make things interesting. That's a quality individual.
Well, this heifer certainly could compete right where we left off. A really, really good single entry December. Just a really nice cow in terms of that rib shape and body, but still really correct in her top line. Look at that hip and hind leg quality. Female that really, really has a lot of good to her. Nice job, bud. Good single entry.
Well, congratulations over here in the Junior Limousin ring in Division 3. Your first class was Class 6. First place went to Colt Parkinson of Levelland, Texas, with PC Apple Deluxe 229K. Well, now let's see Class 7 here in Division 3. Back over in the balancer ring, we are bringing in all those division champion reserves, and our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will be selecting the grand and reserve grand champion balancer bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
let's give these bull exhibitors a good round of applause, if you would. We got a good crowd gathered in here, and show them our appreciation. Very, very good set of bulls. And, you know, as a breeder in our operation, my brother and I discuss a lot about what we're going to do. And obviously with the implementation of IVF, probably our selection of bulls has become a little shorter and what you want to do from a breeding standpoint. And we don't probably have as many options as what we once did. But as a breeder, if you were a breeder of Gelbvieh or Balancer cattle and you can't find some bulls out here that fit some things that you need, and we had some bulls that we put third, fourth in class that had some pieces that I think can sure breed on. I've been really just blown away by the quality, and I'm sure that will continue to impress as we get into the heifers, because these bulls are good. There's things about each one of them that I think are very far-reaching, and that's not to say that they're all perfect, but you know, some of the best breeding bulls, at least within our breed, weren't necessarily perfect. So you find the bulls that suit you. You don't have to listen to some to give you an idea of what you need to do from a breeding perspective. But there's 3-4 bulls out here that I'd get pretty excited about if I had some Gelbvieh or Balancer cows that could use on. And you know, with that, I think there's a couple bulls that surface for me just in terms of totals and positives. I think they're bulls that certainly have a lot of quality. And then we're going to leave out some bulls that I think are right in the mix as well. So I'd be very complimentary of this group of bulls. I know we got a lot of cattle to get through in a long day, but it's a really, really good set of bulls. Let's give them a good round of applause. We'll get you a champion in reserve.
Well, congratulations, your grand champion Balancer Bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of your junior yearling division, back number 8181, exhibited by Dobson Ranch, Cost City, Oklahoma. And congratulations, your reserve grand champion Balancer Bull, coming out of that same division. Congratulations, T-Bar-S Cattle Co. of Billings, Missouri. Again, congratulations to all of our Balancer Bull exhibitors.
Jump back here on the purebred side of this Limousin show, and we've got a really nice heifer to start with. Just a lot of quality to her, and that femininity that we talked about in that heifer calf division. She reminds me a little bit of that one that ended up winning that division. Just a lot of quality, a lot of femininity, a lot of smoothness through that front end, really good in her lines and top line. You know, she's just right there in the middle of both of these heifers, and I think her structure is really useful when she gets out and moves. Good heifer to tie into. Then you get into a contrasting pair of heifers here in second and third, and you got to kind of make a call. This heifer, in terms of her rib shape and the turn and the top that she has, you really like this heifer. To me, she's maybe just a little chuffier, and she needs cleaned up a little bit there in her condition at times, but a really moderate, stout, really bold rib type of heifer. Then you have this heifer in third that really extends out with a lot of length, a lot of performance. She gets her neck out of the top of her shoulder really high. She's a heifer to me that's just a little straighter at times there off of either end of her skeleton. I need to relax her and just tone her down just a little bit in that regard. Give them a good hand, another good class of cattle.
Well, congratulations in the Junior Limousin ring. Results out of Class 7 here in Division 2. First place will go to back number 9030. This is BNTL Kokomo 433 KET, exhibited by Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas. Second place went to back number 9029, exhibited by Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And third place, and congratulations, will go to Landry Kleeman of Nazareth, Texas. Now in the ring will be Class 8 here in the Division 3.
Another single entry that could have warranted a little more competition, as she has that performance and stoutness, the length, but yet a nice look to her. Really a stout-boned heifer that you appreciate her shape. You know, at times maybe she gets a little bit straighter there off of that rear hock, but a good, stout, thick, good-looking heifer. Good job.
Well, congratulations over here in Ring 1, your Limousin ring. First place in Class 8. We'll go to back number 9032. That's LLKT Kimber 243K, exhibited by Cole Keaton of Wolfworth, Texas. We'll now look to see Class 9 here in Division 3. This will be your final class in this division.
Yeah, you grab this one pretty quick when she hits the ring. The heifer that's got a tremendous amount of cow character, quality, density, rib. She's not as big frame maybe as the heifer in behind her, but man, heifer it's got a lot of density and turn to her, and I think they've managed her really well relative to her condition because she's quite a bit fresher. Just through that front end and down into her chest floor is the heifer in second, and that's probably not easy to do because she's one of those heifers that's just so dense and easy doing. She can get fat on there. Just a really, really nice kind of a heifer structurally that's really good as well. Female in second, nothing to take away from her, a really good number profile that you see in her, and it matches all the performance and length that she has. She's a heifer, just doesn't balance up quite as well through just from front to rear, but a really good heifer.
Well, congratulations in Class 9. First place will go to back number 9034. That's TASF Cubic Classy 681 KET, exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Second place in that class, go to back number 9033. That's Winslow's Camilla 22 KET, exhibited by Amanda Purvis of Versailles, Kentucky. We're going to bring those first and seconds in, and Mr. Bedwell will be selecting his Champion Reserve Division 3.
Well, we'll keep moving right along. Another good division here in these senior calves, and I think I had my mind made up pretty good up until that last class, and then when that last class walked in, it just said, kind of, hello, here's the division. I do think she's really, really nice. This puts it together. to me really well, and she's so flexible in how she gets out and moves, and that's the difference between her and the reserve, in my opinion. Young man in the hat there at the end, you'll be division champion. Young man out of the second class, you'll be our reserve. Let's give him a good hand.
Well, congratulations. In Division 3 here in the Junior Limousin Show, your champion goes to Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska with TASF Keep It Classy 681 KET. Reserve champion will come out of that second class. Congratulations to Bentley London of Collinsville, Texas with BNTL Kokomo 433 KET. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We'll now move on to Division 4. There'll be one class in Division 4.
All right, interesting pair here in this class. A lot of give and take in both the heifers, a little bit different, but they're automatic division and reserve division here at Congress. So congratulations, young men. That's a nice pair of heifers. I think the heifer that wins the class probably just fits a little bit better of a mold, more complete in terms of her look and her feature. She's a little more comfortable in terms of her skeleton and how she gets out and just travels structurally out on the move. She's a heifer. It's just a little softer in terms of her body and her rib. Female in second has more performance, and I do like her paperwork in terms of her numbers, and I think they match the cattle. You know, this heifer has more gas and performance and octane and probably more stoutness and thickness as you get in behind her. Just got a little more critical of her movement and her structure when she got out traveled compared to that heifer wins the division.
Well, congratulations over here in Division 4 in the Junior Limousin Show. Your champion will go to back number 9036. That was Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas, with SC Kiera 522K. And second place and reserve in that division will go to Cole Keaton of Wolfforth, Texas. We'll now look to start Division 5. This will be Class 11.
Another good pair of heifers here, and the female that wins the class certainly gets your attention again. A heifer that has that quality and that intrigue in terms of her female look from the profile, but you catch her right there at a 3/4, and you certainly really like how this heifer's shaped in terms of her lower 1/3, how she balances there in her chest floor relative to that extra thump and dimension that she has, and then she can get out, move, and travel really, really good. A good place to start here in this class. White flanked heifer, a little longer, a little more extended up to her front end. You certainly like that look. Heifer, it gets a little bit flatter though. Young man brought a good heifer to town. Let's give him a good hand. We'll move on to the next class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin Ring. Results of Class 11. Back number 9038 will be first place. Ben Spencer Gibbon, Nebraska, with TASF CLAC Karma 639K ET. And second place will go to Wyatt Gelbvieh of Paradise, Texas. We'll now bring in Class 12 here in Ring 1. Well, ladies and gentlemen, over here in ring 2, we're going to get started with your Galvie Bull Show. Welcoming back Dr. Blake Bloomberg to the ring. First class in the ring will be your first class spring bull calves, born May to June 2023. We'd like to let all of our Limousin exhibitors know real fast that we will be taking a short photo break after the purebreds before the Lim-Flex.
Really good pair of heifers here, and a young man in the hat, I think, has a female that's really, really competitive. I think where the difference is for me is you get up here on her front end and just how that front end's shaped and how she comes in to her shoulder and just sets them down to me truer and cleaner and more athletically. And then from there, she just explodes with an unreal amount of density and dimension and just substance, all while still being that really incredible looking female in terms of that presence and femininity and character. I like that heifer quite a bit. Heifer that comes in second, really like her as well. A really strong top heifer, very attractive, travels really, really well off of her hip and her hind leg, sets up very attractively from the profile. I think as you get into the two heifers, there's maybe not quite as much genuine shape as you get into these heifers and behind them. And a heifer just wants to spread a little bit more on that front end, but two really, really nice pair of heifers here to go 1 and 2, and then a good one here in third that's a little bit more moderate in terms of her frame size. I like her top, I like her hip and her width in her, just not quite the balance of those two at the top end of the class. A good pair.
Start off our Gelbvieh bull show here with a nice June calf. It's really got a nice look about him, a bull calf that certainly fits the parameter from a maturity standpoint of where he's at. Really got a striking look to this calf as you get off to him from the side. So I think one that's got some promise and some future to him. We'll see how he develops and continues to mature, but a high-quality individual that the young ladies brought here to start off our Gelbvieh bull show. Congratulations to her.
Well, congratulations over here in the Galvie ring. Results of your first class in our first division. First place went to back number 8201. That'll go to JNCC Downtown 3586 LET, exhibited by Sarah Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Back over in the Limousin ring, results in that last class. First place, exhibited by Memphis Peterson with Boss Lake Clarissa 239 KET. Second place was exhibited by Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois, and third place was exhibited by Kason Kaiser. We now have the first and seconds in, and our judge will select his champion reserve in this final division.
Another really good division here, and again, I don't know if it's just clear cut, but two really, really good competitive heifers here on the front end. The young man's heifer out of the first class, just so powerful, so broody, Love the rib shape, love the power and substance. She maybe doesn't have as much length as the older heifer out of this division, but she still has, to me, a lot of presence, a lot of turn, a lot of quality and shape, and still is really sound and athletic in how she gets out. Heifer out of the last class, there's a good pair of those heifers in that class, a little contrasting in terms of type, again, with those compared to this heifer out of the first class, but certainly good. Love that heifer's length and the amount of shape that she has. You get them back out here, she's just maybe a little bit weaker in behind that shoulder, comes apart just a little bit more. Young man, you're going to be our division champion out of this first class. Young man, you'll be reserve. Give him a good hand.
Well, congratulations in our final division here in your Limousin show. Your champion will go to back number 9038. That was Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska with TASF CLAC Karma 639 KET. And reserve champion will go to back number 9041. That was Jocelyn Rupert of Witt, Illinois with Legacy's Cora ET. We're now going to bring in all of those division champion and reserves, and our judge, Mr. Shane Bedwell, will be selecting the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Limousin female here in your junior show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Very competitive class here. Again, 4 good bulls. I think all 4 of these certainly have some merit and some quality to them. And I think, to me, it gets down to this top pair of black bulls. And, you know, you could strip some things off each one and combine them. And then I think you got some give and take between the pair. Again, I think you get this bull a little more foot and bone, and I think he wins the class. I think that's where you have to decide if he's got enough feature for you as you take him to the ground. He's strong in his top line. He's a little bit leveler out of his hip. He's got a little better look to him from the side than the bull that comes in second. He gives up some horsepower as you take him to the ground, some stoutness of feature. I like the extension, the look, and the symmetry that bull brings to the table. This bull's a little huskier build as you take him to the ground. His foot size is better, a little stouter in terms of his bone work. He's just a little uncomfortable out here, and it caused him to want to dive out of his hip just a bit. Now she's getting him set up to where he's really giving us a good look. This bull does not quite as clean down into the base of his chest as the bull we had that wins. He's a little coarser in his sheet, but there's give and take between those 2 bulls. You can swap them around. I think both of them have a lot of good in them. The most muscular bull comes in third. He's a meat wagon in terms of power and spread, upper rib shape, hip shape is good. With that extra power, though, he's a little rounder in his makeup, a little more open about his shoulder, probably doesn't hit the ground quite as comfortably as the top pair of bulls do in this class. This bull's got a neat look to him that closes. I like him up through his front end. He's really a smooth-made kind of a bull. Set him in motion. He wants to search a little more off of his front end. Not as good in the construction angle of his shoulder and into his knee, and probably of the class as it gets a little tighter in the lower part of his body. But that bull's got some good in him, too. Those are 4 excellent bulls here in this class.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in your Spring Bull Calf Division. First place, we'll go to Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee with Butler's Drago 13 LET. Second place is exhibited by Dobson Ranch of Caw City, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And fourth place will go to Joseph Tollett. We'll now bring in those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in your Spring Bull Calf Division.
It's been an outstanding show here in our purebred Limousin drive, and the juniors have really brought some good cattle to Oklahoma City. It's impressive to see the amount of quality this breed, and I think any breed that has a percentage division, your purebred shows your purebred show can show the strength of your breed pretty quick, and I think you've got to be really happy with how things set with the amount of cattle and the amount of quality that the young people have brought to us. So she'd be pretty excited with the future. I think we've got an outstanding set of calves down here on this end that have a lot of future and good to them, and then it just kept building as we got into the rest of the show. And the big cattle have been really good and competitive as well. So I'm going to set the mic down and pick you a couple of champions. Congratulate these young people on an outstanding show, please.
Get into this first division of these Gelbvieh bulls here, and really a nice set. I like this calf really well. I think he's a real promising prospect as you study him from the side. He's got some balance and some eye appeal to him, just a lot of quality. You know, he probably gets out horsed a little bit as you get out here, and obviously with age, but I think this one's got a unique future. But we're going to keep these two bulls out of the second class together, be our champion in reserve to represent this division. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations over here in the Limousin ring, your grand champion female out of our junior Limousin show, exhibited by Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska, with TASF CLAC Karma 639 KET. And back over in the Galvie ring, results of your spring bull calf division, your champion goes to back number 8280. That was Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee. And reserve champion will go to Dobson Ranch, Cost City, Oklahoma. Now in ring 2 will be class 19 winter bull calves born January to February of 2023. And a big congratulations back in the Limousin ring, your reserve grand champion female coming out of that final division as well. Congratulations goes to Memphis Peterson with Boss Lake Clarissa 239 KET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. At this time, we are going to break for photos before we start our Lim-Flex show.
Got another very competitive class of bulls here. I think 6 of them that again have some doability, some things that you can sure use in your breeding program. But this pair of Red Bulls surfaces for me structurally, and then as you look at them from the side. But with that, I think the bull that wins the class, he's just the most opened up bull we got in the group. And as you study him from his forerib into his flank, upper part of his body shape, he's just got the most to him. He's a really robust, middled kind of a bull that's got some power. And with that, I think he's still pretty agile as you ask him to get out and travel. I'd lengthen his hip just a bit, and that's where the bull in second has an advantage. You know, and he's probably not as neat in his look as our Red Bull that comes in second. But this bull's opened up. He's got some rib, got some volume, got some muscle. He's big testicled, clean sheet. I just think a real useful kind of a bull here to lead off the class. And I like this bull in second well. He gives you a really strong look from the side, really a heads-up bull that's got a neat look about him. Probably not as dense as our bull that ends up winning the class. He's a little tighter in his heart. Probably doesn't set down on his rear just quite as nicely as that bull that wins. But boy, he's got a far-reaching look. He's got a lot of presence. I think maturity is going to be really helpful for this bull. I think he's another quality individual. That's a good pair of bulls up on the top end. They beat strong bulls in third and fourth. This bull, big-footed, really stout-featured. I like his flexibility. He's probably the flattest-sided bull we've got of these ones that are in contention. He wants to play out a little more as you get in behind him. But I like the bull's foot size, his bone work. He's really rugged in his design, a real masculine kind of a bull as well. I like those things about him extremely good. This bull, again, like the bull in second, has a really neat look. The way he sets his neck up at the top of his shoulder. He's not sure he wants to be a show bull today, and I think that's caused him to maybe just look a little out of balance when you set him in motion. I think this bull reaches pretty good. He's just wanting to collect up at his top line. He one's out of feature, though, in relation to those bulls, but I do think that one's got some neat pieces that you can take to the next generation. Big stout bull to come out next, probably the scale crusher in terms of performance if you just wanted to weigh him up. Big testicled bull as well. He's a little set out in his shoulder for me. We need to set him down a little more comfortably off of his front end. But if you talk about adding pounds to a calf crop, I think this bull can sure do that. And then the Red Bull that closes, a very trim, muscular kind of a bull, one that's got some extension to him. I just need to change him from a substance standpoint. As you take him to the ground, he two's a little straighter off of his front end, but that bull can inject some muscle and some length and some extension into a calf crop as well. So really a nice set of bulls all the way through.
Well, congratulations in Class 19. This is also your division here in our Winter Bull Calf Division. First place and champion that division will go to CIB's Galvie's with Trigger 341.5L, exhibited once again by CIB Gelbvieh. Second place in reserve in that division will go to Circle S Ranch of Canton, Kansas. Third place was exhibited by the Judd Ranch, Incorporated, Pomona, Kansas. Fourth place will go to Hilltop Acres, Benny McWilliams of Asbury, Missouri. Fifth place exhibited by Barwick Galvie of Orleans, Nebraska. And sixth place will go to Brad McWilliams and Hilltop Farms. At this time, ring 2 will be Class 21. These will be senior bull calves. This will be the only class in this division.
Just a pair of bulls in this class and in this division, and a little contrasting in type and kind. The black bull really has a sharp look about him from the profile. A bull that's neat and strong in his top line and level out of his hip. probably not as much density or just horsepower as the bull behind him, but you certainly like the attractiveness that he has. The red bull looks really range ready in terms of his body and his structural integrity. Bull that's really nice in the middle portion there. The softness of flank that he has, and then upper rib shape is good. Just looks like a herd bull in terms of his masculinity and his feature. A bull that looks like he can get out and do his job really well. Nice pair of bulls here. We're just going to use the red bull to win this division. Just a bit more to him. We're going to use this sharp-looking black bull to be reserved. Nice pair of bulls. Let's give them a good hand here in this senior bull calf division.
Well, congratulations in the Senior Bull Calf Division. Champion will go to back number 8222. That's Triple K Kingsley H44K, exhibited by Joseph Tollett. And second reserve will go to back number 8220. That was David DeBaca of Tucson, Arizona. We're now going to bring in Class 23. This will be intermediate bulls born May to August of 2022. This will be your only class in this division.
It's another very good pair of bulls here that represent a division champion, and I like both these bulls real well. I think they do different things that has some versatility to them. They're not at all anything alike. I think each of them has some strengths. The bull up in the front is going to be our division champion and our class winner, and I just really like this bull from the side. Got a great look about him, and with that, he's got something to him. As you get behind him, he's got some upper rib shape, some width at his pins. He's a comfortable bull, but yet he's so nice in the way that he's made. And again, I'm not a front end freak, but when you get him with that kind of look and scope that he has, and then still that kind of internal dimension and capacity and move good, it makes for a nice package. That's a very good bull that leads off this group. And he beats a nice one in second. This one is chucked full of muscle and power, really a wide-chested bull that's got some forearm in him, like the power and spread he's got as you climb in behind the cattle, big-footed and heavy bone. You know, he's probably just not quite as athletic as our bull that wins the class, but by no means does this bull not get around with some comfortability. That's two very good bulls that both, I think, could see some use within some different cow herds. Nice pair of cattle.
Well, congratulations in the intermediate division. Your champion goes to back number 8224. That was exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And second place in reserve in that division will go to Pro Heart Seed Stock of Pueblo, Colorado. We'll now look to see your next division. This will be the late spring yearling division. Back over in ring one, we are going to get started with your junior Lim-Flex show. First class in the ring will be your first class in Division One.
Red Bull's a single entry here, and again, another one that's meaty and muscular, and I like the shape that he's got up high. Bull that's got a lot of power and substance to him, and still travels with some comfort. Pretty good testicled bull as well. I like the competition that he comes to us in. Another bull that, again, I think has some herd bull features about him, some masculinity. A good bull. We'll see how he stacks up here as we get them all back out here, but another quality individual that they brought to town. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in the late spring yearling bull division. Your champion will go to back number 8226. That was exhibited by Gage Hudson Swindler of Bramer, Missouri. We'll now look to see your next division here in the Galvie ring. This will be your junior yearling division.
Well, they're not working me too hard in this. A lot of single entries and small classes, but this bull kind of gets your attention a little bit as he comes in. Just a really good-looking bull with lots of power, lots of spread to him. I love the foot size and the bone work this bull has. And even though he's not probably wanting to cooperate as good, you can tell this bull's got a good structural base in him. His shock absorbers look good at the ground. I think this is a high-quality individual. That pose right there is, I'd say this bull's got a lot of good to him. We'll see him as he comes back out here. High-quality individual.
Well, congratulations. Your junior yearling champion would go to Green Hills Galvie with Cimarron 213K 65 ET. Your next class in ring two will be your final class here in our Galvie Bull Show.
Okay, we'll start with our Lim-Flex show here, and a really good way to get it started off with. These are actually July heifers here, and some summer borns to get us kicked off with. And the little girl's heifer here on the front end just, to me, has a little more length and femininity about her, a female that really has a good shape to her in terms of her rib and her body. Just a really attractive female, good place to start. The one in second needs a little more time. She's a little different type of heifer. She's going to have a lot of shape and thickness to her when it's all said and done. Maybe just not the length and performance, but well shown, well presented. Let's give those two girls a good hand, please.
Another single entry bull here as we come to our final class in the Gelbvieh show, but another high quality individual, a bull that really fits together nice in terms of his balance and his symmetry, a real comfortable bull from a structure standpoint as you ask him to get out and go. Bull looks like he's probably been out and doing his job like he needed to. This bull has really got a lot of freshness to him. I like his composition. He looks like a real world bull, get out and do his job for some cows. I like that bull as well. It's another quality calf.
Well, congratulations in our 2-year-old bull division. Your champion will go to Heifers family of Austin, Minnesota. We're now going to bring all of those division champion reserves. Our judge will select his grand and reserve grand champion, Galvie Bull. Back in the Lim-Flex ring, results of that first class. First place was exhibited by back number 9044. That's TACB Lovey, exhibited by Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Second place went to Karis Wilson of Marshfield, Missouri.
Another competitive single entry that we've got here, June-born heifer, a lot of quality. female that has a good shape to her right now. We'll get her back out here in this division where she's with some other cattle and look at her a little closer. Nice single entry.
And congratulations, Class 14 here in Division One of your Junior Lim-Flex show. First place goes to back number 9046. It's AADC Lady Love 822 LET, exhibited by Westlyn Elliott. We're now going to look to see Class 15 here in Division One.
Well, another really good lineup of these Gelbvieh bulls here in the crowd and along ringside. Let's give them a good round of applause, show them our appreciation. Just an excellent grouping of bulls. Much like in the Balancer show, I think the strength of this bull show has been really deep. And, my grandpa had a saying that a good bull was only half your herd, but if he's bad, he's all of it. And that's pretty true, especially in today's day and age when we put so much emphasis on, different things in terms of sire selection. You sit along ringside and find bulls that work in your operation. They don't necessarily have to be the bulls that I make champion or reserve out here, but they sure can be. And I think there's bulls out here that have a lot of good to them. They're bulls that have some stoutness. They got some muscle. They can move well, and they still have some sharpness as we get them out here in the show ring, which still has importance. So I think there's some versatile breeding options as you put these bulls together, and depending on where you want to set some parameters and some priorities, I think you can certainly find some bulls out here that fit your needs. Again, I've been blown away by the bulls. I expected the females to be strong, and I'm sure they will, but they're going to have big shoes to fill because I thought these bulls have been excellent all the way through. Let's put our hands together for them. I know we got a lot of cattle to still judge. Long day, but we're going to keep rolling along here. I'm going to make our selection. Excellent group of these Gelbvieh bulls.
Well, congratulations, grand champion Galvie bull here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming from Class 27. That's Green Hills Galvie with Cimarron 213K 65 ET.
back here on the purebred or Lim-Flex show here that we've got. I think an awesome class. Females here, and their demeanor probably makes it a little bit tougher in a couple spots here, and we'll get to that here in a little bit. But I like this heifer that wins the class. When she hit the ring, there's just an uncontrollable amount of presence and quality. She's shaped right. There's a really good turn to her body, and then she's absolutely sound in terms of her structure. This is a heifer that's going to keep getting better in time and always be one of those females that you look at and say, there's quality, there's a cow, there's soundness, there's just a lot of good in that heifer. I think at times, you know, she can get a little easy behind her shoulder and just come apart. And then when you watch her walk, this heifer kind of comes together, and all the good ones do. She does that really well. I think that heifer is going to continue to get better. Just a little plainer, not quite as stout as some of them in here today, but I think that's a really nice, useful heifer long term. This heifer in third's the most ready, and I like the volume, the performance, the doability in her. Maybe a little bit much in terms of her condition, perhaps, and then she just does not want to really take lead, and it just struggles to really get a good look of that heifer. Structurally, I think she is a little straighter, and the way she just holds her head and kind of acts up out here, it only amplifies that, and so I just left her in third because of it. Young man's heifer in fourth. You certainly appreciate her quality, the femininity, the length in this heifer. There's a lot of good in that heifer long term, in my opinion. Maybe needs to be fixed in her hip, but a really good class of Mayborn females here in the Lim-Flex side.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Galvie ring, your reserve grand champion bull came out of the intermediate division. Congratulations, Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. We are going to take a break over here in the Galvie ring for photos. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 15 in Division One. First place was exhibited by Kaya Cotting of Guthrie, Oklahoma, with LAFO Veronica 352 LET. Second place exhibited by Levi Marthaler. Third place exhibited by Brant Gazaway. And fourth place will go to Cage Hill Harris. Now in the ring will be Class 16 here in Division 1.
good pair of heifers on the front end of this class, and I think what it comes down to, this female wins is just a little more complete today, and just her balance. I think because of the fact that she's a little easier to show, she just stays a little more relaxed and comes together a little bit better out today. And I think as I probably dig into them, I like just that front end structure probably just a little bit better. I know she's better over the top of her tail head, and just the attractiveness there of that hind leg just all kind of balances up to me just a little bit nicer. She's a little shorter bodied, you know, and not going to be quite as long when she gets to be a big one, but that's a really nice complete heifer. It's well presented, has a ton of balance and quality about her. Female in second, her better days are ahead of her. I see a lot of good in this heifer as well. A lot of front end quality, shaped really good up through her neck and her front end. Female that's got a beautiful shape to her as you get around behind of her. Study that rib shape coming off of her top. Stout bone and pretty good footed at the ground. Just a female that's just a little tentative out here today in terms of that structure. A heifer that just doesn't balance up maybe as well today. Heifer in third is the stoutest one of this initial trio. Undeniably the thickest one when you get in behind them. Still a pretty good look, just not quite as smooth and feminine in my opinion as you study her compared to those top two heifers. Then you have a long-bodied, pretty well-structured heifer, just needs a little bit more time to body down. White-flanked heifer, you get that body and that depth just a little bit plainer and more compact. Give them a good hand.
Well, congratulations over here in the Lim-Flex ring. Results of Class 16. First place went to McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas, with Richardson's Legacy 309L. Second place and congratulations go to Tacey Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Third place was exhibited by Kira Myers. Fourth place in that class will go to Ariel Elliott. In fifth place, exhibited by Turner Sanders. We'll now look to see Class 17. This will be your final class here in Division One of our Lim-Flex show.
It's a really, really good pair of heifers here too in this division. I asked the young lady, one of these junior board members, I said, when is there going to be a division? We started a long time ago. It felt like in some Julys, and I think these are maybe Marches or Aprils. Excuse me, they're Aprils. And so it's going to be a fun division, and these two are going to add a little more flair and just some pizzazz to it as well. So it's fun. The cattle just keep getting better and better. You know, I see a lot of good in this heifer. I see a lot of future in her. And I think, you know, on down the road, this heifer, the way she's built and the way she's constructed in terms of just how she's shaped underneath, her base width, her true width, her flexibility, her soundness, and just has that complete, very useful, very high quality look. She's nowhere near 12 o'clock and to be that good and just see her. There's a lot of promise, I guess, in that heifer. That was a good find that young man and his family found. Heifer comes next and second. She's a little more ready. I like the body, I like the turn, I like the volume. I guess as I got onto her underneath, this heifer narrows up a little bit more on her knee. She wants to turn that foot out. A little more condition on her right now. She just needs to be leaned up. She just swishes that old tail around all the time, and it throws her off in terms of her balance and just her attitude out today. Good heifer, heavy bone, stout constructed heifer, a lot of good in her. Just comes in a few too many pieces today. I like this heifer's look and her length. There's some future ahead of her. She just needs to continue to body down and catch up to herself. And then the white flanked heifer coming out at the gate here, just a really complete, moderate frame kind of heifer. Just needs to stouten up and give her a little more bone. Good class.
Well, congratulations over here in the Lim-Flex ring. Results of that last class in our first division. First place went to Dalton Miller of Traynor, Iowa with SHSK Lucy. Second place and congratulations exhibited by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Ross Turner of Oolaga, Oklahoma. And fourth place and congratulations will go to Casey Kaiser of Lufkin, Texas. At this time in ring one, we're going to bring all those first and seconds in, and Mr. Shane Bedwell will be selecting his Division One champion reserve.
We'll keep me moving right along. Awesome division. There's a heifer out here that I like pretty well in her particular class. And every one of these class winners, I will say, when they were in there, you're like, man, that's a nice heifer. She's going to be tough in the division. And as it went on, it kept building. And that's what it should happen in a show. And there's a lot of potential in these calves. And so I wouldn't give up on them. I see a lot of future in them. But I'm going to go out and pick two of them. The one I think probably puts it together the best today, still has a lot of future. Young lady in this black sweater, she'll be your champion. I'm going to follow with that boy in the hat right in behind her. Let's give him a good hand.
And congratulations, Division One Lim-Flex champion goes to back number 9059. That's Richardson's Legacy 309L, exhibited by McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas. Reserve champion will come out of that final class, back number 9065, SHSK Lucy, exhibited by Dalton Miller of Traynor, Iowa. We'll now get started with your second division here in our Junior Lim-Flex show. This will be Class 18.
Well, as we climb into our Gelbvieh show here, we've got two pairs of sisters out here, both the showmen and the heifers, and it's a nice pair of cattle here. These two females, I think, got a lot of promise to them. I think today the red heifer probably just has a bit more to her in terms of natural body, spring of rib, and volume. She's a heifer that really puts together a nice look from the side, and I think this female's got a lot of continuation to her. She's very, very nice. I think a good heifer here to lead off the show. This one's good too. She's got the strength of her sister up through her front end. She's really got a nice look about her, very attractive in her design. Maybe doesn't set down on her hind leg quite as stable as the female that leads off the class, but another one that's got a killer look to her. I think a female that's going to continue on in maturity and be very nice. So good pair of heifers here to start off.
Really interesting class here on the Lim-Flex side to start another division. And you know, this girl's heifer and the one in behind her, I wish I could put them together and when we just have a water moccasin. These are two really, really nice heifers. You might tweak them though in a place or two, but I think just in general, the class is killer good, and all five of these heifers warrant another look, and there's just not a dog in this set of them. But this female that wins the class, just so pretty in terms of her look and her quality, but yet she's cowy in her build and just the depth that she has and the turn you get in behind this heifer. There's some real shape to her, and where she gets the heifer in second is her hip and her hind leg structure. It just daylights her from the profile and how she comes to the ground. Now I'd tweak her a little bit up on her front feet and toe her head just a little truer and squarer there, and that's where the heifer in second undoubtedly has the advantage, and she's the one that probably is presented just a little hairier, and I think just that look and quality and that front end into her, I think just offers a little bit more of the pizzazz and just style that you want to gravitate to. I'm just hung up on her structurally. That hind leg needs to be built better. She wants to get underneath herself and just a little uncoordinated. I like that heifer's shape. I like her front end quality. She's just a little too squirrely on those back legs. The female here in third, I like in terms of her density, her body, her rib shape, the extra doability. Again, pushing a little more condition, wants to throw her tail head out and switch her tail out on the move. The heifer is just not as comfortable out here, and because of that, she doesn't balance up. Then you get into these fourth and fifth place heifers, and you understand my statement earlier, how much darn quality is in this class. This heifer just by herself, really sharp from the profile, smooth built, long bodied, sound structured. She just doesn't have the substance in her right here today. And the female that closes the class, I really like her moderation. I think she's a very functional, useful heifer. She gets a little shorter bodied, maybe a pinch planer out here, and again, just didn't want to present herself maybe quite as easy. That young lady did a good job of working through it and sticking with her. That's a really nice, complete heifer here to finish up our class. Let's give them a good hand and thank them for the quality they brought us.
Well, congratulations back over in the Galvie ring. Your first class of spring heifer calves. First place went to back number 8252. That was JNCC Estelle. 3988 LET, exhibited by Maya Carroll of Raymore, Missouri. Second place in that class went to Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Now currently in ring 2 is class 33. These spring heifer calves born April to May of 2023. Back in the Lim-Flex junior ring. Results out of class 18. First place and congratulations, McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas with TCKK Loretta Lynn 315L. Second place in that class went to JC Parrish of Liberty, Texas. Third place exhibited by Carly Mae Harris of Lawton, Oklahoma. Fourth place went to Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee. And fifth place exhibited by Emery Marthaler. Now in ring 1 is class 19 here in Division 2 of your junior Lim-Flex show.
Another good pair of cattle here in the Gelbvieh show, and a real striking heifer to lead off the class. A female that's really nice in her lines and really balances well from the profile. Heifer that's got some substance to her as well, but still handles herself good on her feet and legs. I like the flexibility that she's got. A female looks like she's got some continuation as well. I like the freshness that she comes to the table in. Nice heifer in second, a little cowier in her look, probably just a little plainer though in terms of her profile in relation to that heifer that leads off. She still moves out with some comfort and some stability, just doesn't have that extra wow factor, that female that leads off the class.
Well, congratulations in the Galvie ring. First place in class 33. We'll go to back number 8254. Exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place in that class, we'll go to Cameron Nowak, Bland, Missouri. We'll now look to see class 34. These are spring heifer calves born March of 2023.
Good class again, some give and take here as we study them, but the boys heifer, I think, puts together a lot of totals, really powerful, high quality looking female, sound in her structure, stout in her bone work, has a lot of the things that we've been working at here today, and so you'll find her pretty quick. I like the girls heifer too, to come right in behind her, so strong in behind her shoulder, beautiful in her forerib shape, a lot of turn to her lower 1/3, maybe not quite the length, quite the femininity in her as that class winner, but a really stout made female. The 1 1/3 has a little more length and extension up to her front end. I like the smoothness in her shoulder. She doesn't have quite the lower 1/3 and turn through the rear third of her body. Her tail head gets out of her body every once in a while, just kind of throws her off in terms of her balance somewhat. Here's a heifer this little girl's trying to get the most out of. I see a lot of good in her, see a lot of future. This female, let's just let her walk here. Let's just go ahead and keep letting her walk. A female that has a lot of rib shape and a lot of turn to her, pretty sound. There's a nice breeding piece for that young lady on down the road. I like the strength of top line in this girl in the pink heifer, a lot of length of body, a sound female in her own right, just a little bit finer bone, a little bit flatter, and then we finish out with this young man that just gives up a little bit of performance here in this class, but I think he's having a pretty good time at the Cattlemen's Congress. Let's give him and his classmates a pretty good hand. Congratulations.
Get into our next class of these Gelbvieh females here, and a real strong heifer to lead off the class. I don't think she's real happy being in here. She's not really wanting to show herself off, but when you break this heifer down, she's got a lot of good in her. I think she's the stoutest featured heifer we got in the class. It's the most opened up, yet still got a real captivating look as you study her from the profile. When she does want to get out and walk, she travels well. She's got her legs at the edge of her body like she needs to, and I think, again, a female that's got some future to her. Heifer in second has a lot of rib, a lot of volume to her. I like the cowy look that she brings to the table. She runs out of substance as she goes to the ground, a little more fragile in her foot design and her bone structure, but I think there's just a little more doability in her than our big red heifer that closed the class. A little more extension in this heifer, a little more foot size, bone work underneath of her, a little more daylight underneath of her as well. I'd like to just drop her down to her rear rib and flank, probably moderate her just a touch in relation to her contemporaries in the class.
Well, congratulations. Back over the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 19 first place, exhibited by Corbin Robbins of Chattanooga, Oklahoma, with J6 Dana 413L. Second place in that class will go to Abigail Hutchins of Hawthorne, Florida, with SHSK Scarlet Joe 314 LET. Third place exhibited by Ava Miller of Traynor, Iowa. Fourth place go to Karina Schmaloff of Avon, Illinois. Fifth place and congratulations will go to Delia Labor. Sixth place in that class went to Colton Taylor. Now in ring one is Class 20 here in Division 2. Back over in the Galvie ring, results out of Class 34 Spring Heifer Calves. First place was exhibited by Warner Beef Genetics. Second place and congratulations to Molly Anderson. And third place went to Joseph Tollett. Now in the ring is Class 35 Spring Heifer Calves, born March of 2023.
Just two in this class, but two really nice ones, and I really like the one up front. Here's a heifer that puts together a lot of the fundamentals and then a lot of extras as well. Just an incredible amount of presence. There's a lot of future left ahead of this heifer. She's shaped so well when you get off of her and just watch her walk away from you. Really nice back leg and hind leg as she stamps them to the ground. Female in second, you certainly like the condition, the body, the depth in her. She just doesn't have quite the stoutness and substance to run with those heifers ahead of her, but a female that's sure useful and moderate.
Congratulations in Class 20, back number 9084. Taylor Elmore of Homney, Oklahoma. And second place and congratulations go to Wyatt Gelbvieh. Now in the ring, we'll look to see Class 21 here in Division 2.
Really, really good class here, and again, a lot of give and take in these cattle, and young showmen, experienced showmen, and so just judging the cattle here, and I'm going to tell you what I see. The red heifer I like. I think there's a lot of good in her, and any color, she wins the class pretty easy for me. Just a lot of rib, a lot of doability. She's sound, she's flexible, everything's built right in her, and she gets out and walks really, really nice. Female in second, you know, she's just kind of out here, and you know, you get a good look of her walking and traveling, and you know, at times when she's set up on the profile, you know, she can just kind of give you that look. Sometimes you're like, no, this heifer's better than that. I see a lot of good in her. You know, she's got a great shape. There's a good turn in this heifer. A lot of future ahead of her. A lot of quality to go along with it. And I think she's made so much nicer there at the top of her shoulder and how she goes than the heifer here in third. The one in third, real attractive, real clean-necked, long-bodied, real green in her shoulder. She's just a little piecey up over the top of her shoulder for me. She doesn't have the substance of the heifers really on either side of her. This heifer in fourth, a lot of performance. She's got a lot of body. She's a little much for me, to be quite honest. She needs to be cleaned up in her underline personally. It just swishes back and forth a little bit too much and needs to be freshened up in her condition for a February heifer calf. I like this long-bodied, really extended heifer coming out here next. She's a 180 from that, and I hope she's just green as a gourd and she can feed, but I'm a little concerned about her because she's just a little bit narrower underneath. I hope she gets that body, because if she does, she has the soundness and the running gear in that frame to be pretty competitive on down the road. It's just a big question mark for me right now. And then a pair of heifers finish out the class that give up some balance to those cattle ahead of them. Give them a good hand. Very interesting class.
Very good class over here on the Gelbvieh side, and I think without question the most numbers we've had, I think, in a class, but definitely the most quality all the way through. There's good heifers up and down this lineup, and you can sure swap them and do some different things about them. The things I see in them, heifer that wins the class, I think when you combine attractiveness, femininity, and just probably to me the word that comes to mind on this one, she's just the hardest to make. And just in terms of her lines, her look from the side, the proportions this heifer has, yet she's got some bone work underneath of her and moves with some comfort and some reach off both ends of her skeleton. I don't know if she not liking the environment out here, but she'll balk a little bit on you at times, and but I think that heifer's quality is pretty undeniable. Now, the heifer that comes in second, probably a little taller at the point of her shoulder than the heifer that wins the class, and I like that about her. She's a really roomy middle kind of a female that's got some depth and spring of rib to her. Doesn't have quite the horsepower as you take her to the ground as the heifer that leads off the class, and at times she'll want to maybe just plane up just a notch on us. But those are two very, very good heifers on the top end. Subtle differences between the two. I think both of them have a lot of good in them. I like these next three heifers really well, too. This heifer's good-bodied, really a cow-like look about her. She's just a little plainer in relation to the top two cattle that we get in this class. I'd probably like to clean her up just a nickel in terms of her composition, but she handles it pretty well, and she's got so much to her in terms of cowiness and broodiness. I slid her into the third spot. I like this red heifer. I think she's got a lot of future to her. She's big-hipped. She's wide in her pin set, got some dimension to her. I'd like to just soften her up in her rear rib and flank a little bit. Her rib shape is good. I'd like to soften her up, and then I'd like to loosen her up just a shade on her rear skeleton. This heifer's got a really good look when she stands. She's really tall-fronted. She's got a heads-up presence about her. Like those things, she just runs out of bone and foot size in relation to those cattle ahead of her, and when we set them in motion, she gets just a little tighter in the way that she grabs the ground. I think this heifer will move up in this class the more time she's on feed. She's greener than a cucumber, and it just kind of works to her detriment in this particular class because she doesn't have as much to her. But her lines are good. Her skeleton's really good. She just runs out of gas today, but I think that heifer has a lot of good things going for her in the right direction as she continues on. This heifer, when she stands, you like her. When we set her in motion, she falls into too many pieces for me, a little tighter in her top line and straighter up into her shoulder. And then just a real solid heifer to close out from a structure standpoint, gets out and covers her track well, just doesn't have quite the extra pizzazz that we find in those cattle on up the line. Very good class.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 21. First place was exhibited by Ridge Garrett of Crescent, Oklahoma, with KCOD Journey 176L. Second place and congratulations went to Briar Baker of Tecumseh, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by K-Wade Jorgensen. Fourth place was exhibited by Bailey Smith. Fifth place exhibited by Olivia Robbins. Sixth place went to Stetson Phillips, and seventh to Olivia Landreth. Now in ring one is Class 22 here in Division Two. Back in the Galvie ring, results of Class 35. First place was exhibited by Memphis Peterson with T-Bar S Jada 168L. Second place and congratulations, Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Shiley Tessier. Fourth place and congratulations, Circle S Ranch. Fifth place in that class went to Hilltop Farms, Asbury, Missouri. Sixth place, Braxton Murray Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Seventh place exhibited by 4T Ranch. And eighth place in that class exhibited by Emily Crane. Now in ring two, we are going to select your champion reserve spring heifer calves.
The spring calf division sure hasn't disappointed over here on the Gelbvieh side. I think really good ones all the way through, and you get these back out here, these 8 and their contemporaries that they comb through to get to this level, I think are very, very high quality. We started off with a bang. I think this red heifer's got lots of future to her, and it continued on down through these classes and just be really complimentary to these exhibitors. To be frank with you, I think it's hard to show calves. I think especially this time of year, they're kind of in that tweener stage and they're starting to grow and mature, and where you want to set some prior. Obviously, we want them to look good now, but they need to have some future as well, and I think these cattle certainly fit that bill for me. But with that, we're going to keep the 2 heifers out of the last class together. They're going to be our spring and reserve spring calf champion. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Really a complete heifer that wins the class for me pretty comfortably, honestly. I think in the big scope, you just get her by herself and not compared to the one in second. You just look at that heifer and say, performance, quality, body, soundness, check, check. It all does it really well. She's not maybe the stoutest heifer that we've seen in this division, but boy, is she really complete, really useful, a lot of feminine character to her, and that's what really does it to me. The heifer in second, a lot of bone, a lot of power, a lot of substance. She's a little much, but boy, is she good. Big-footed heifer, really a nice hind leg, and that's why I left her in second, because I think she's really elite there. How she comes to the ground, she's just a little too much for me when you've got a heifer that good in this class to go ahead and win with. I like the heifer in third. There's a lot of femininity about her. There's a lot of length. I thought it was close between her and that one in second. Just like to change her hind leg ever so slightly and give her a little truer shape, honestly, as you get into her for the amount of condition that she's already carrying. Here's a heifer that has more hip and more power in her coming out next. She's a little coarser in her head and her feature already. Need to clean her up and balance her up a little bit better from nose to tail. As we work into the last heifer here, a lot of rib, a lot of body, a lot of moderation, just a little compact and needs to be cleaned up in terms of her balance. A good class, though.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the Galvie ring, results of that first spring heifer calf division. Your champion, exhibited by Memphis Peterson with T-Bar S Jada 168L. And reserve champion was exhibited by Lily Grace Judd, Pomona, Kansas, with Butler's Miss Loretta L131ET. Now in ring two, we'll look to see class 37. These are winter heifer calves born February of 23. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results of class 22 first place. Exhibited by Danica Lowry of El Dorado Springs, Missouri, with SHSK Cruella DeVille 301L. Second place in that class exhibited by Sadie Grace Eagers of Humboldt, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Jamie Vinton of Glenwood, Iowa. Fourth place will go to Ella Elizabeth Snyder, Fort Scott, Kansas. And fifth place was exhibited by Miley McGinnis. Now in ring one's your final class here in Division 2. This will be class 23.
The light red heifer is going to lead off this class. I really like her combination of body and structural integrity. Really like the way this heifer's built in her hind legs. She gets out, a lot of flex and freedom off both ends. Really a roomy middled kind of a female as well. You know, she's not the most attractive heifer we've got in the group, but still I think everything kind of fits. Just looks like a real promising cow prospect here to lead off the class. The red heifer that comes in second is probably a little bigger outline kind of a female, one that's got some power as you get on top of her, a little more fragile as you take her to the ground, a little rougher up and through her shoulder. I didn't read her getting off either end of her framework quite as comfortably as the heifer we have that leads off. Really a long-bodied, extended heifer to come in third, a little tubular in her rib design in relation to our top pair, a little narrower chested as well, but I like the look this heifer gives. Need to change her off of her front feet, tow her a little truer ahead as she comes right at you. Pair of heifers to close the class. I saw just a little more body shape in the heifer that's going to close. They're both tremendously powerful, thick-ended cattle. A little more daylight underneath our heifer that closed the class, and she too a bit more rock forward in her shoulder.
Another good class here in our Lim-Flex show, and I think this little girl's heifer that came in the gate last just has the most totals. She's pretty fault-free. You see a female in her. She's got a good rib shape and body. You know, she's a heifer that, you know, just does a lot of things right, I think, in this class to go ahead and start with. The 9103 heifer, you know, I do believe in the numbers and calling out things when I see it. This heifer's pretty intriguing in terms of her marbling figure. She'd be about as high as anything that we've seen in the class, and to have that kind of phenotype and quality still at the same time, I think is really, really good. And so an intriguing heifer. She's got a lot of rib shape, got a lot of power to her, a little short striding at times, but a pretty intriguing heifer for sure. I like the length and the extension in this heifer coming out next. A lot of performance. You can kind of say the same thing about this one and the one in behind him. I think this young man's heifer could probably benefit from a little bit more body, but I thought she was a little better off of her hind leg, her tail head as she got out compared to the girl in the red here that has a really high performing heifer that has more body. She just comes apart a little bit more in terms of her balance when you get her back out here. And then two heifers that we finish up with that give up some of that performance, some of that balance and quality, but two useful kind of cattle that are pretty nice in terms of their movement. Let's give them a good hand.
Well, congratulations in Class 23 over here in the Lim-Flex ring. First place exhibited by Kuwea Jorgensen of Morrison, Oklahoma, with CLL Layla 3017 LET. Second place, and congratulations, Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place, go to William Rost. Fourth place, and congratulations, Amanda Purvis. Fifth place was exhibited by Stetson Phillips, and sixth place exhibited by Trip Phillips. We're now going to bring all those firsts and seconds in. Our judge will select the champion reserve here in Division Two. Back in the Galvie ring, results of Class 37 in winter heifer calf division. First place exhibited by Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Lexi 207 LET. Second place was exhibited by Carter Voss of Bruning, Nebraska. Third place exhibited by Barwick Galvie of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place went to Plus One Cattle Company. And fifth place exhibited also by Plus One Cattle Company. Now in the ring is Class 38. These are winter heifer calves born January of 23.
And a really good heifer to lead off this class. I think a female that's really sound, really cowy in terms of her makeup, and a female that's still got enough look and presence from the side. This heifer's got a lot to her as you get up on top of her. She's got some springer rib, some boldness. She's really stout in terms of her feature. I think just a lot of quality in this heifer. To me, gets right away with this class. I think you got two pairs here. Both these pairs are close as you come in third and fourth. Or second and third and fourth and fifth. I like the other red heifer second because I think she stays a little more comfortable in her top line, a little more stability in her hind leg. She probably gives up some performance to the cattle on either side of her, but I just think this heifer's presence and her eye appeal elevates her to the second spot. Now, she doesn't have as much to her as the heifer that leads off the class, or maybe quite as wowy from the side, but still a useful heifer there in second. A big, high-performing female to come in third. You like the robustness in the center part of her body. I didn't get quite as comfortable with the way she drives off of her front end. Wants to drop her head a little bit, rounds a little out of her hip. I didn't see that heifer just being quite as nice when you set them in motion. But you could swap that pair if you want her extra body and extra mass. Switch these two. I think this heifer's just got a little more to her, a little more density in terms of spread, upper rib shape. Needs to move a little more comfortably. Probably a bit more moderate and easier keeping in terms of her endpoint maturity. This heifer's got a little more stretch and length, a little too stiff off either end of her framework. But close pairs there, a real good one to lead off.
Get out here in this second division of our Lim-Flex show. It's competitive. I wanted to walk them one more time and get it right. In my mind, there was 3, maybe 4 heifers in this division coming out of their class that are like, she could very well win this division, and it's a good, deep lineup for sure that has a lot of quality. I guess it came down for me when they got out here. There's just one heifer that wants to move a little more effortlessly, a little nicer in terms of her structure, super complete in terms of just her look and her body, and I think she's a female that can get out and travel just a little better out of that front end and knee. None of these heifers at times just want to give you that killer look and sometimes don't want to cooperate, but the one I'm the most comfortable with is the blue right here. It's a girl out of the second to last class. She'll be your division champion. Let's congratulate her. And then it kind of comes down to a couple of them right here in the middle and that heifer up front. And that heifer up front, to me, just has a little bit more rib shape, a little more body. She needs to be squared up a little bit there in her front end, but I think the angle of her shoulder, her flexibility, the utility of her rib shape, and just the turn of her probably complements our class winner and division winner just a little bit more. So that's the direction I'm going to head. Let's give them a good hand and awesome division.
Well, back over here in the Galvie ring, results of that last winter heifer calf class. First place exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Second place went to Circle S Ranch, Canton, Kansas. Third place went to Lacey Raina Judd of Pomona, Kansas. Fourth place went to Warner Beef Genetics, and fifth place went to Cameron Nowak. We're now going to select your champion reserve here in our winter heifer calf division. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Division 2, your champion went to back number 9098, SHSK Cruella DeVille, 301L, exhibited by Danica Lowry, El Dorado Springs, Missouri.
Over here on the Gelbvieh side, we're going to use that heifer out of Class 2 to be our division champion. I think a very high-quality female. Then we bring that heifer that was second in that class. Talked about her length of side, her extension. Again, maybe not quite as robust. And her underpinning is what we found in the heifer that wins, but I still think a very solid female. Comes down between her and the heifer that wins Class 1 for reserve. I like the cowiness of the heifer that wins Class 1. Not the prettiest heifer we've seen all day, but there's a lot of things that I think are really good. That heifer, she's going to be our reserve in this division. Nice group of these cattle. Let's give them a good round of applause.
Well, congratulations. Back over here in the Galvie ring, your winner heifer calf division champion goes back number 8285. That's Butler's Miss Lucy 282 LET, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Reserve champion will go to Butler Creek Farms, Milton, Tennessee, with Butler's Miss Lexi 207 LET. We're now going to welcome in Class 40. This will be your senior heifer calf division. And back over in the Lim-Flex ring, reserve in that last division went to back number 9073. That was TCKK Loretta Lynn 315, exhibited by McKenna Richardson of Eureka, Kansas.
Interesting pair of heifers here. The more highly presented heifer to me just has a little bit more rib shape, just a little more turn and strength there in her heart and forerib. I like her and how she sets on her chest floor, and so she gets that dimension and body just naturally. And I think long term, they're both Decembers. She's going to be the more moderate sized one, and her numbers kind of indicate that as well. I think I will mention again a heifer that's pretty high in terms of her marbling figure, and so there's some breeding appeal there in that regard. I think to seal the deal and just make her an easy class winner, in my opinion, she needs to stride out just a little freer and easier there off of that hip and hind leg, but a nice bold rib, strong, useful kind of a female to start with. There's pieces in this second one that make you think about it though, because of how long, extended she ties that front end out of the top of her shoulder. She's probably a little more comfortable, even though I think she probably needs to be a little more coordinated at times in her structure. She's a framier heifer, and so if you're into that, she wins the class, but I think she just comes in a few too many pieces, has a little more condition on her as well.
Well, congratulations in the Lim-Flex ring. Results of Class 24. First place went to Paisley Greshke of Riesel, Texas with KAKG Kismet 215 KET. And second place and congratulations go to Braxton Chaplin of Fredonia, Kansas. We're now going to bring in Class 25.
Pretty nice pair of heifers here. The quality is unmatched though in this one that pulls to the front. Just really like the front end and her balance, the length that she has, but her hip and hind leg, how square she is there in her hip, I think is a big difference between her and the heifer that sets in second. I think she handles her condition. She comes more genuine and behind her shoulder, and she has just a little bit more stoutness. A really long-bodied heifer that can still get out and stride pretty well. You know, maybe that's where you might tweak on her a little bit, but she's so long, smooth. Love the condition. I love the power. A lot of good in that heifer. Female coming next in second. You certainly like her rib shape, her body, the heart and forerib that she has in her. Just a really high-quality heifer. Again, just maybe gets a little piecey at times in terms of her profile and how she goes, but a really, really flexible, good structured heifer that's got a lot of rib and doability about her. We'll finish with a heifer. It has a little more length and performance, a little more strength to top line. Heifer gets a little flatter though and gives up some of the substance.
Get into this fall heifer class, and we're going to use this youngest heifer, December, to lead off the class. And she's the cowiest heifer we got in the group. She's the one that's got the most doability in terms of the center part of her body. A female that's really good in terms of her structural design. She gets out, covers her track well, very flexible off both ends. So she combines cowiness and structural integrity. For me, those are a couple pretty big check marks, and she's going to go ahead and win this class. Heifer in second, I like the extension, really a nice made heifer as you study her in her top line, out of her hip. Still moves pretty well, a little coarser about her shoulder, probably not quite as ladylike as our heifer that wins the class there up front, but still good kind of cattle, has some extension to her, some performance, good quality female. I like this red heifer as well. I think it's close in second and third. This heifer's got a really tremendous look when he gets her parked and stopped. Really slings her neck up there out of the top of her shoulder. A little forward in her shoulder design. Doesn't probably motor off her hip and hind leg quite as nicely as our top duo in this particular class. I end up landing her in third. Heifer that comes in fourth, a lot of punch, a lot of power to this heifer. One that's got some springer rib and some substance to her. Just a little bulkier about her shoulder, a little crestier at the top of her neck. So just a collection of a couple things that are going to work her down here into the fourth spot. The red heifer's real cowy, really soft-centered, a lot of doability. It looks like she's got some longevity in her body type, a little chuffier up and through her front end. I'd like to peel just a little bark off of her tree from a condition standpoint. Heifer that closed the class is a little fresher compositionally. She's pretty mobile at the ground as well. Just not enough lead in her pencil to get her up off the end of this very competitive class, but still useful stock there to close out.
Well, congratulations. Back in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 25. First place was exhibited by Cal Pryor of Woodbine, Iowa, with BRDG Google 05KET. Second place was exhibited by Delia Labor of Hillsboro, Ohio. And third place went to Alyssa Matthews of Dayton, Texas. Now in ring one is Class 26 here in Division 3 of the Junior Lim-Flex show. Back in the Galvie ring, results of your senior heifer calf division, your champion will go to back number 8292. That was exhibited by Grant Walhosky of Overton, Nebraska. Second reserve champion in that division will go to JC Diane Carroll, Raymore, Missouri. Now in the ring is your intermediate heifer division.
Just a single entry here in this class. Really a nice heifer when she stands in terms of the quality that she brings to the table. A very feminine female who's very attractive in her design. A heifer that's good-bodied, refreshed from a condition standpoint. I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. We'll see how she does when she comes back out here. We get more cattle in there. Can't get a read quite on her structure. Acts just a little tentative. We'll see how she does when we get some other cattle in the ring with her. But a quality heifer. We'll see how she moves when she comes back.
Congratulations, your intermediate heifer champion going to back number 8300, exhibited by Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana. Your next division coming in will be your late spring yearling division. There will be one class in this division.
Another good class, 4 really competitive heifers to sort through, like the rib shape and the body, the correctness of top line, the feet and leg structure. Makes this one pretty dominant in my opinion. She just has a little bit more bone substance. She has a little more look up ahead of her shoulder. Certainly like that heifer that wins the class. Then you have a heifer here in second that's real long-bodied, smooth-shouldered, very feminine-headed heifer. I appreciate that in her. Really sound in her structure, just a little finer boned when you get underneath her, and that kind of matches the width that she gives up relative to the class winner. Then you have an interesting heifer. It's got a big ribeye figure. She's got a big old top laying in her. She's got a lot of shape, a lot of freshness and condition. I wish there was just a little bit more softness in this heifer personally. You can just kind of loosen her up in her top line and her structure and body ever so slightly, and I think you really got an interesting breeding piece in that female. She's just a little too tight top today. Then we finish up the class, the young man's heifer. It has a lot of body and volume, length, and performance. Just a little PC to me in terms of her balance and just her condition out here. Just makes her a little stale, but very competitive class because she has all that volume and rib that we certainly like. Thank you.
Well, congratulations in Class 26 over here in the Junior Lim-Flex ring. First place will go to back number 9116. That's GCC Clig 235 ET, exhibited by John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland. Second place and congratulations will go to Caitlin Skiles of Council Hill, Oklahoma. Third place went to Chelsea Pinnell of Cuba, Missouri. And fourth place went to Braxton Chaplin. We'll now look to see Class 27.
Nice pair of yearling heifers here, and the black heifer kind of dominates in terms of substance. Really like the hind leg construction this heifer brings to the table. Really stout featured female. Then you get on top of her, got some width up high. She's got some spread. Female that's really nice from a condition standpoint as well. you know, you could probably set her in a little neater at the point of her shoulder and the way she goes to the ground, but you have to accept a little of that for the extra horsepower this heifer brings to the table. I think one that's got a promising future in the donor pen because she's so cracked open. I like her heaviness of structure, has some really unique pieces to her. And not taking anything away from the red heifer, it's going to end up being second in this class. Very cowy kind of a female, one that's got a lot of longevity to her and her body type. She's just a little more fragile in the way that she's made, wants to get up underneath of herself just a little bit more, doesn't probably balance up quite as nicely as our heifer that ends up winning the class.
Back on the Lim-Flex side, really interesting class, and it was going to be really interesting. We had all those in there, but there's a good set of cattle here for sure. This heifer wins pretty comfortably just because of her structure. She can get out and just handle herself so nice compared to the heifer in second, but yet she's got a lot of quality, a lot of style, a lot of good in this heifer. We'll get her back out here in this division here pretty quick. Female that comes out next, you certainly like in her rib shape, her body volume, her density. I like this heifer's doability quite a bit, and that was the difference between her and the 1 and 3rd. I'm just a little more comfortable with this heifer. Compared to the heifer up front, she's just a little shorter striding at times, but I love the rib shape and the body in her. This heifer in 3rd has a little bit more bone and feature substance about her. Just a little deeper neck. That tail head comes out of her body at times and just doesn't have quite the turn to her lower 1/3 for the amount of condition she already has through her front end at the top of her neck and down into her chest. I like the little girl's heifer. Just ran into a tough class of females. This heifer gives up some of that performance, but a good feminine made heifer. Thank you.
Well, congratulations back over in the Galvie ring. Results out of Class 44 in your late spring yearling division. Champion exhibited by Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina with Wits Wisdom 25K. And second place in reserve champion that division will go to Brooke Cooper of Burdett, Kansas. Now in the Galvie ring is Class 46. This will be your junior yearling division. Back in the Lim-Flex ring, results of Class 27. First place exhibited by Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa, with DLCN Kibbles, 1025K. Second place exhibited by Kinley Collum of Guthrie, Oklahoma. Third place went to Mallory May Yoakley. And fourth place, and congratulations, went to Peyton Schmalshoff. Now in the ring will be your final class here in Division 3.
Another nice trio here in this class, and just a real easy keeping kind of a female to lead off. I really like her structural design. I like the bend to her hind leg, the give she has up and through her shoulder. A female that's just got a little more to her than the contemporaries do in the class. Real solid heifer there to lead off. I like the look of this heifer that comes in second. She's a really fresh heifer that's very attractive. A little straighter in her shoulder design, not as freewheeling as the cattle on either side of her. I think she's got a bit more to her than our heifer that closes the class. Young man told me he's 9 years old. He's doing a good job out here. He's battling. He's got a nice cow prospect. He's doing a good job hanging in here with the older kids that are out here showing. This heifer doesn't have quite as much to her from a stoutness perspective, but he's got a nice female that's going to go in production for him and make him a good kind of a brood cow to start his herd. Good trio.
Female that wins this September class over here is pretty interesting, really, when you look at her in terms of just what she offers here in the show ring relative to her look and her quality, just how massive she is in her rib and her body. That's a really intriguing heifer, I guess, in my mind, particularly when you accompany it with the paperwork that she has. That heifer puts together a really nice profile across the board from front to rear. It makes her breeding versatility pretty intriguing, in my opinion. Heifer that comes next here in second, and I think it's close between her and the one in third. I just thought she offered a little bit more substance, a little bit more rib, a little bit more bone and power in this heifer compared to the one in behind her. She gets maybe just a little bit straighter at times, but I like the body and the volume. This heifer's super long, very feminine made. Heifer that gets out and walks pretty well, just doesn't have quite the depth and the volume as those heifers ahead of her, but that was a close placing. And then we finished out with this heifer here, has a little more power and hip and thickness in her. This boy does a pretty good job, just needs to balance up a little bit better for me. Good job.
Well, congratulations back over in the Galvie ring. Results of that last division. Your champion was exhibited by 8309, Miss Precision 207, K312 ET, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd of Pomona, Kansas. And reserve champion, and congratulations, we'll go to Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Now in ring 2, we have your final division here in our Galvie female show. These will be senior yearlings. Back over in the junior Lim-Flex ring, results of our final class in Division 3. First place went to back number 9126. That's CELL 2390K, exhibited by Carly Favor of Marshfield, Missouri. Second place was exhibited by Ashley Schrag of Mount Ridge, Kansas. Third place will go to Paisley King, Fort Worth, Texas. And fourth place, and congratulations to Trip Phillips of Geary, Oklahoma. We're bringing in those firsts and seconds, and Mr. Shane Bedwell will select his champion reserve here in Division 3.
Nice pair of cattle here, and I believe our final class in division of the Gelbvieh show. And you know, obviously some different ages here, and they get thrown in, and you know, so you got to take that into consideration. But to me, I think you just judge the cattle and find the ones that you like. I think both these females have a lot of good in them. We're going to start with the black cow and her calf here to lead off the class. I like the softness this cow brings to the table. A real easy traveling kind of a female that's good on her hind leg. Just really, I'm not sure what more you could ask for in a first calf heifer. Looks like she's got a nice bull calf there at her side. And just useful in terms of her makeup. One that's got some quality about her. And she beats a nice one here in December that's going to calve, he said here with the spring cows. You know, this one's got a really good shape to her in terms of her pin set, up over the top side of her skeleton and out of her hip. You know, she probably doesn't balance up maybe quite as nicely as our female that's already in production, but these are two very useful cattle that I think will sure have an impact for both these exhibitors. They look like they're built for the long haul. So nice pair here in our final division. The cow-calf pair is going to be champion. The red heifer is going to be reserved. Let's give them a good hand. Two good females.
Awesome fall division here that we've had in the Lim-Flex show, and I think there's several different ways you could go and what you could do out here. There's a couple, particularly the heifer out of the second class, interesting heifer, a lot of the hard to make things in her. She's got a lot of performance just visually as you study her. She's definitely a contender in this division. I think there's a heifer here right in front of me that won the next to last class. That's just really athletic, very sound, very useful in her structure, very complete fits me. Not a lot of holes in her. Is she the most powerful heifer out here? No, but she just really, to me, is striking, very complete, very nice in her structure. Then you've got one out of the last division that has a lot of neat things to offer about her. I think the cow character, the rib, and the power in her is certainly intriguing. And then the two that we didn't talk about out of the third class and first class, certainly very representative of your breed, very intriguing females. And then you've got all those good seconds. What I'm getting at, folks, an outstanding division. You should be complimented on what you brought to town. I'm going to go with the young lady right in front of me for this division championship. Let's give her a good hand. The boy in the hat will be reserved. Thank you.
Well, congratulations here in Division 3 in our Junior Lim-Flex show. Your champion coming out of Class 27. That's back number 9121, DLCN Kibbles 1025K, exhibited by Sarah Sullivan. Reserve champion coming out of Class 25. Congratulations, Cal Pryor, Woodbine, Iowa, with BRDG Google 05KET. Again, congratulations to those exhibitors. We'll now look to start Division 4 here in the Junior Lim-Flex show. Class 29 will be in the ring. Back over in the Galvie ring, we finished up your final division. That was your senior yearlings. The champion went to back number 8312, exhibited by Cameron Nowak of Bland, Missouri. And reserve champion was exhibited by Toppenheim Galvie of Amherst, Nebraska. At this time over here in ring 2, we're going to bring in all those division champion and reserves. And our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, Galvie female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Got a single entry here in this Lim-Flex show. A July born the young lady has. A nice long-bodied heifer that certainly can get out and move, walk out pretty free. Maybe could have just a little bit more style to her, but certainly useful in her structure. Let's give her a nice hand.
Well, congratulations over here in the Lim-Flex ring. First class here in Division 4 will go to Avon Nichols, St. James, Missouri, with Avon Kimber, 922K. We'll now look to see Class 30 here in Division 4.
Another good class of Junes here that we have, and the boy in the hat here I think has a female that puts together a lot of power and stoutness, but yet has the flexibility to kind of daylight the competition in here, and just I like that flexibility that she has. That's a pretty interesting, high-performing, stout one to go ahead and win this class. Girls heifer in second can match that heifer's power and width and substance because she's really stout as well. I like the base width and the substance in this heifer. She just needs to be a little bit freer off of her hock, and the flexibility there down at the ground just needs to be freed up, but an interesting heifer that gives you a lot. And then the third heifer here is very up-headed, lots of quality, lots of look in this heifer, just a little flatter though as you take her down into the base there, but a really, really nice trio of cattle here in this class.
Well, let's give our Gelbvieh female exhibitors a good round of applause, if you would. Excellent show. And, you know, as we got to rolling through these things, I knew it was going to be pretty competitive when you get out here. And, again, I think it's real close. I think there's a lot of cattle out here you can sure justify in terms of making a champion and making a reserve. And we're going to talk through them real quickly because I think they deserve that. And, you know, those of you that know me pretty well, I am not a big calf user. You know, I broke my own mold at the Hereford Junior National this summer and made a fall calf champion horned. And not saying I don't like calves, but, you know, I think if you've got cattle that you like that are big, that are proven, but I think these first two calves will make you sure think about it because they're both really good cattle. And I think in this lineup, they're as strong as anything as we have. The heifer that wins the first division is so sleek in her design and neat and attractive in terms of her makeup. You know, she's a heifer that's so nice in terms of her hind leg structure. You know, I don't know if she's wanting to fight it a little bit or she's just a little ornery. I'm not sure. There's times when she wants to maybe run downhill just a little bit, but then when you get her pulled back together, it's just hard to make them that unique and that stylish that she has and the kind of foot size and bone work. I think she's sure a contender, and so is this light red heifer out of Division Two. You talk about a bulky-bodied, big-hipped heifer that's got a great hind leg, a female that's just so true as you study her from her forerib back into her flank. Her underpinning is good. Her width of skeleton is good. You know, is she maybe just as tighty-necked as the heifer right in front of her? No, but I think she stays a little better right in behind her shoulder. So there's some give and take between those two. They're both good. I like them both, and I think you got to sure consider them out here. Even though I'm not a big calf user, these two are very, very, very high quality. The heifer out of Division Three is just a big-bodied, easy-keeping female that's got a lot of bulk and mass to her. Maybe gets just a little plainer about her head and neck as we get her out in this setting, but still a good kind of cattle. I like this heifer as good as any of them when she stands still. She's one that's got a sharp look. She's very fresh, good at her top line. Set her in motion, and I gave her a little bit of the benefit of the doubt. Still holds true when you get her out here. She probably doesn't get out and motor quite as well as what she needs to. But if it's a standing still contest, she's one that's sure right in the mix. Heifer behind her, really stout. I like the fact this heifer's really opened up. She's one that's got a big hip, a lot of spread to her. Maybe gets just a little tighter in her heart and maybe doesn't piece off of her shoulder quite as nicely, but still good quality female. I like this heifer next. I think she's one of the four that are in contention for me. This heifer's so nice in terms of her body shape, so nice in terms of her hind leg setting. She's just a little forward in her chest, and you know, I don't mind a little chest in cattle. I think we've taken this slick-fronted thing maybe a bit far, in my opinion. The problem with her is it sits out just a little bit, and that's what I would just like to knock it back. But that heifer's cowy. She's big-bodied. She's got a good hind leg. And then the fourth one that's in contention is this pair. I really like this cow. Sensibly sized. She's moderate. She's got some depth. Her calf is one that, you know, for a first calf heifer, she's doing a good job. Is the cow maybe quite as wide when you get in behind her? Probably not, but she's doing a good job raising a calf. So I think you got to make some decisions out here. I don't think it's clear cut. You got to decide where you want to set some priorities. I think it comes down between those two calves and the two cattle on the end, and just depending on where you want to set some parameters. I guess to me, I'm going to use a couple that I think are just really bulletproof in terms of quality. I think we've got some really, really good cattle out here, and if I was a breeder of Gelbvieh cattle, I'd be very, very excited. So let's give them a great big round of applause, show them our appreciation. I know what this means as an exhibitor, somebody that shows some cattle myself. These are big decisions, and I don't take it lightly. I think these are excellent, excellent females out here. So good job to the breeders. I know we got the balancers to go. Very high quality set of cattle.
And congratulations, your grand champion Galvie female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, coming out of your winter heifer calf division. Congratulations, Alexandria Rab, Markle, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Lucy 282 LET. And congratulations, reserve grand champion coming out of the spring calf division. Your reserve champion, we'll go to back number 8264. That's T-Bar S Jada 168L, exhibited by Memphis Peterson. Again, congratulations to our Galvie female exhibitors. We are going to break for photos before we start our balancer female show. Back over in the Lim-Flex ring, results from class 30. First place exhibited by Brant Gazaway of Stillwater, Oklahoma. Second place went to Kara Cummins, Hollis, Oklahoma. And third place in that class exhibited by Ariel Elliott. Now in ring one is class 31.
Well, this heifer is pretty nice here that wins this class, folks. Hit the ring with a ton of presence, ton of quality, so well built in terms of her structure and her feet and legs. She can get out and move. Really, really competitive entry here amongst two really nice heifers. The one in behind her you really like as well in terms of her look and her quality. She's maybe a female that's a little bit cleaner up down her top relative to her condition, but with that she doesn't have all the volume and bulk and just the flexibility, but a nice heifer I'd certainly be proud of. And the heifer here that finishes the class certainly offers a lot of good in terms of her performance. She's a stouter bone and definitely a heavier structured heifer, an upgrade in that regard. Female that also, though, is just a pinch planer, doesn't have quite the look and quality to her.
Well, congratulations in the junior Lim-Flex ring. Results of class 31. First place will go to back number 9138. That's ELCX Kate 332 KET, exhibited by Carter Cornegie of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Second place and congratulations will go to Britt Drake of Guthrie, Oklahoma. And third place in that class exhibited by Peyton Schmalshoff. At this time, we're going to bring in your final class here in this division, class 32.
I hate to break up this song, but we've got a good Lim-Flex show here to judge too, and it's really, really good. This heifer that wins this class, I think does so pretty comfortably because she puts together the heifers in second and third in terms of the mass and power and volume of the heifer in second, but yet the femininity and correctness and the balance of the heifer in third. Very, very interesting heifer that has the soundness and flexibility to carry all the power and stoutness, big bred that's this far along should. Very good job. Female that comes next in second, a very high performing, very big body, high volume heifer. You like the length of her, and when this young man shows her, he makes you really look at her and study her. I think as I really break her down and you watch her go, the heavier conditioned heifer just wants to push a little bit more out of her front end, just waddles a little bit more there because she's pushing a little more condition down there through the floor of her chest. Needs to be built better a little bit there in her skeleton. As we work into the heifer in third, I gave her another look because I do think she offers a lot of quality, a lot of femininity. She actually has a pretty good shape to her. She just doesn't have quite the volume, the depth, and the substance. Maybe doesn't want to come off of that hind leg just so effortlessly, but a very, very high quality, good looking heifer, well presented and well shown. The female that ends up the class, we've had a few of these today where you just look at this heifer by herself and just say, man, I realize why they brought her to town. This is a good heifer. She's deep, she's big bodied, there's a lot of performance. She's pretty sound. She just doesn't balance up quite as well in a very, very competitive class. But good job. Let's give them all a nice hand, please.
Well, congratulations in Class 32. This will be your final class in this division. First place exhibited by back number 9140. That's McKenna Richardson, Eureka, Kansas, with TUBBMKNA Kamikaze 2030 KET. Second place and congratulations go to Eli Walther of Centerville, Indiana. Third place went to Sage Hanrahan, Oak Archie, Oklahoma. And fourth place go to Olivia Robbins. At this time, we're going to bring in all those firsts and seconds, and our judge will select his champion reserve here in this division.
This summer division has been tremendous quality all the way through, and it just keeps building. I know we've got some junior and spring yearlings to evaluate here, but these two are really, really nice that are coming out of this division. I think what it boils down to me as you get them back out here, there's a heifer that's just a little sharper. I mean, a heifer that is just so beautiful and how she's shaped in her head and her neck, and just the quality this heifer has. Really, really good in her structure, tons of body and rib, and there's just a little more strength right in behind this heifer's shoulder, how she hooks up that top line. The heifer I'm talking about comes out of Class 2 in this division. Congratulations, really nice job. The one out of Class 3 will be reserved.
And congratulations in this division, your champion. We'll go to back number 9138. That's ELCX K332ET, exhibited by Carter Carnegie, Tulsa, Oklahoma. The reserve champion coming out of that last class. Congratulations, McKenna Richardson with TUBB MKN Kamikaze 230KET. We'll now move into Division 5. This will be Class 33.
This heifer that wins the class, I think, does so for this judge pretty easy. Just a really complete feminine-made heifer, super sound and smooth up through her front end, but there's some density, some lower 1/3 to this heifer where it counts. Really, really nice, high-quality heifer. The one in second has a little more substance of bone and stoutness of foot as you take her to the ground. She also offers a little more rib shape up high. Definitely more dimension as you get in behind this heifer, just not quite as smooth and as soft as that one that wins the class. A really bold rib, powerful heifer, finishes in third. You certainly admire her power and her thickness as you get in behind the cattle. She's just a little coarser for me up to her front end and her shoulder, but a really powerful female you certainly like.
Well, congratulations in Class 33, first place. Go to Kinley Column of Guthrie, Oklahoma, with J6 Caitlin 696 KET. Second place exhibited by Bailey Smith with PCC JKSM Fantasy 508 KET. And third place and congratulations go to Sadie Grace Eagers of Humboldt, Kansas. We're now going to bring in Class 34 here in Division 5.
Really good class of these April females, and there's not really one of them that's necessarily the same, but you know, the little girl's heifer here that wins the class, there's a lot of good in her, a lot of strength, honestly, and I still think melted down and you get the condition off of this heifer out in the pasture, she's going to be really nice. There's a lot of natural width and dimension in her. She's a very, very sound heifer, and she gets around the ring, to me, really, really good. There's more strength right in behind her shoulder than the heifer that sets in second. And I thought these two heifers were they're sure enough sound, nice flexible moving heifers. She just has a little bit more volume and rib to go along with it, a little more strength right in behind her shoulder. She needs to be cleaned up some in her condition. This heifer in second definitely holds that advantage over the top of her neck, down into her chest floor. You certainly appreciate the depth of her. Again, she just gets in trouble a little bit and a little too weak for me, right over the top of her shoulder. I like the power and the thickness in this heifer here in third. Definitely a stout, wide-pinned female. She's a little too extreme and up right there on her front end for me, and when you evaluate her from a soundness standpoint. Then we finish up the class with a different kind of heifer, a lot of shape, a lot of hip and power in her from behind. She just pinched too much right there in her heart and forerib. Need to soften her up in terms of her spine and body.
Well, congratulations in class 34. First place over here in the junior Lim-Flex ring will go to Molly McCurry of Hutchinson, Kansas, with Richardson's Kiki 207K. Second place exhibited by Corbin Robbins, Chattanooga, Oklahoma, with J6 Caitlin 710 KET. Third place will go to Kylie Gaston of Eastland, Texas. And fourth place went to Lauren Frederick of Hutchinson, Kansas. Now in the ring will be class 35 here in your final division of our junior Lim-Flex show. Well, back over in ring 2, we're going to get started with your Balancer female show. First class coming in the ring will be your May to June spring heifer calves.
This is one for the ages. This is a really good class here. They just keep coming. Just a really, really strong set of females here to sort through. I think what it comes down to is you have one here on the front end of the class that has the body and the broodiness, but yet she has all the femininity and quality and just enough stouter, in my opinion. As you get right underneath of her, you study her right there in her heart and forerib and how she comes off of her top line into her rib cage and that lower third of her, the actual bone and foot size. There's just a little more of her, and she doesn't sacrifice one bit relative to her front end quality and her good. I like this white flanked heifer a lot, and that came down between her and the 1 3rd, the last two out here. The femininity of this heifer is really good. I love her upheadedness. This boy is a really good hand showing and sticking cattle. Elite hind leg and how she plants it to the ground, and she's just more comfortable to me than the heifer in 3rd. She's smooth built, and there's enough shape in her. I just like the quality and the femininity of her. Just a little bit pinched there right in behind her shoulder. And that's where the overwhelming power and stoutness of this heifer in 3rd is certainly intriguing, because she has that extra heart and forerib and stoutness about her. I love the width. They've kept her in good rig and condition, though. She has a little more front end. She wants to get a little wide at the top of her shoulder and just push a little bit more there through the top of her neck. And then of that elite trio here, she's just a little shorter striding. But man, what an intriguing heifer in terms of rib cage and body. She's bred up and has a nice udder starting to form underneath her. This female in 4th is certainly no slouch, very athletic, very comfortable in terms of her structure and how she gets out of her front end. There's a really nice top working down this heifer in terms of her width and the amount of hip dimension she has from behind. She doesn't have the underlying balance in the lower 1/3 to really pull it off today, but that's a good heifer to me that's just sounder in her front end structure than the one that comes next. An up-headed, long-bodied, high-performing heifer. It's got a big old hip in her. Just comes in a few more pieces out here today. And then the young man finished out an outstanding class with a really moderate, bold rib, very powerful heifer. A little different than what we've had on some of the bottom end of a lot of these classes. It's a nice heifer. Just ran into a really deep, good class. Give him a big hand, please.
So we start into our balancer show here on ring 2 side. Really a nice trio and a good pair of these up on the front end. Heifer that wins, really just enough denser in terms of her makeup. I like the foot size and bone work this heifer's got. I think going to make a tremendous kind of a yearling. Her shoulders laid into her flat. When she decides she wants to show herself off, this heifer can sure give you a nice look. High quality heifer there to win class 1. I like the heifer in 2nd as well. She's good bodied, a lot like our heifer that wins the class. Her silhouette and her side view profile, she just runs out of gas as you take her to the surface. A little more fragile in her construction. Doesn't maybe motor quite as nicely from a movement perspective as the heifer that wins the blue ribbon. Still a solid heifer to come in 3rd, very cowy in her look. Got some femininity about her. Just a little duller though in terms of her overall pieces in relation to that very competitive top pair.
Well, congratulations back over the Lim-Flex ring. Results of class 35. First place went to Sarah Sullivan of Dunlap, Iowa with SSUL 2412 KET. Second place exhibited by Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Third place will go to Clay Haddon of Reelsville, Indiana. Fourth place exhibited by Carly Sue Calderman of Garland, Nebraska. Fifth place went to Michaela Jo Massey of London, Kentucky. And fifth place will go to Jensen Landreth. We're now going to see class 36 here in ring 1. Back over in ring 2, we started the Balancer Female Show. In your first class of spring heifer calves, first place exhibited by Green Hills Galvie. Second place and congratulations will go to DTK Cattle Company of Janesville, Iowa. And third place exhibited by William Kredermacher. Now in the ring is class 52 here in your spring heifer calf division. These calves are born April of 23.
How this little girl gets out of this heifer as she can. She's a lot to hang on to. That's a good heifer. Has a lot of power in her, a lot of rib, moves well. I think her underline is just a lot more natural in her, and just the shape of this heifer's truer. She's fresher in her condition. Nice job. You battled right through it. Got you a class winner here at the Congress. Female here in second, you certainly like. She's up-headed, nice moderate build heifer. Just a little sloppy down underneath there in her underline. I'd like to clean that up in that female, but I love her moderation. I love the cowiness about her. Then the female that finishes out the class, a little more shape, a little more length in her, just a little bit harder for a February kind of junior yearling female.
Well, congratulations in the junior Lim-Flex ring results out of class 36. First place was exhibited by Aaliyah Hazel Byers of Kingsport, Tennessee, with TASF Kenna 612K. Second place and congratulations went to John Crawford of Big Pool, Maryland, with GCC Keisha 227ET. And third place in that class exhibited by Caitlin McKenzie Ayers of Gary, Texas. We'll now bring in class 37. This will be your final class here in our junior Lim-Flex show.
First class here, these split Aprils, and a nice effort to lead off the class. One that's got a really good look to her from the side, and yet got some substance as you get up on top of her in terms of her rib shape and her power. Take that heifer to the ground. She's got her legs at the edges of her body like she needs to, and she's one that's sprung right in terms of the base. So I think a very high quality, useful kind of a female to lead off the class. The red heifer is a little more deficient as you take her to the surface in terms of strength, but I like this heifer's look from the side. She's very attractive in her makeup. I think she fits together a little better from the profile than the heifer that come right behind her. We need to densen her up just a bit in relation to the class winner, but I think this heifer is very sleek in her design, very feminine, and very attractive in her makeup. Next heifer's a lot roomier middle, no doubt about it. She's cowier, a lot of more bulk in the center part of her body. The short switched heifer gets a little plainer up through her front end. I'd like to peel just a little condition off of this heifer calf at this stage of her life, but got to appreciate the body, the rib, and the volume that heifer brings to the table. Same for the heifer that closes the class. She's got a pretty flexible skeleton, has some rib and some utility to her. She's just too chuffy up front and just doesn't have quite the pizzazz of those heifers on up the line. Competitive class.
Congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Results out of that first break here in our April heifer calf class. First place exhibited by Hilltop Farms. Second place, so go to back number 8363, exhibited by Lily Grace Judd, Pomona, Kansas. Third place went to Owen Sauer of Lewiston, Minnesota. In fourth place, so go to Plus One Cattle Company. We'll now look to see the second half of class 52.
You know, these two heifers are pretty close phenotypically. They're close pretty well on the paper as well. There's some give and take there, but you know, I think what sorts it for me is this heifer up front is just a little more feminine in terms of her head and her character, a little more moderate in her size, but man, you just look at that cow individually, you wouldn't say she's small by any means. That's just, to me, a more useful kind of a heifer. It's close. But I like the udder structure. It's starting to form under just some little things, some feminine characteristics that come out in the cleaner condition heifer that allow her to win the class here at the end of the day. Female that is second has a little more volume and substance in her, a little more length, maybe a little more stoutness perhaps, just a little bit more mature though. With that said, up through her front end and her head has a little more condition on her, but good heifer to finish out this class. Two good heifers. Congratulations to both.
Well, congratulations in our final class here in this last division of your junior Lim-Flex show. First place exhibited by Paisley King of Fort Worth, Texas, with BLEE Kendra Scott 12126K. And second place, and congratulations go to Ratliff Keep Up the Charm, exhibited by Trace Falkenstein of Oswego, Kansas. At this time, we're going to bring those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve here in your final division of our junior Lim-Flex show here at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Well, an outstanding division of females here, certainly strong to look at. And I think what is also neat is you have some young showmen out here with some older showmen. So, and some ones that appear to be right in the middle, both of them. So you've got a nice mix up here in your junior program. I think it's exciting, probably for the future. I think you can get excited about the cattle, but I'm excited about your young people out here and the job that they're doing, showing and exhibiting just an excellent set of females here. This has been a fantastic division. We'll have one heck of a good drive here in a little bit. And these two that come out of this division are going to be pretty tough to turn, honestly. I'm not saying it's over, but it's been a really, really good junior yearling division. I'm going to keep those two together out of Class 3. Let's give them a big hand. Nice job.
Well, congratulations here in your final division. Your champion goes to back number 9159. That's Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. Your reserve in that division coming out of the same class, congratulations, goes to Ben Spencer of Gibbon, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to all of those exhibitors. We're going to clear the ring over here in Ring 1. We'll get started with your grand drive here in our Lim-Flex Female Show at the Cattlemen's Congress.
Another very good class of these balancer females here, and heifer that wins the class, I think gets away with it just because of the capacity and the volume that she brings to the table. Really a robust centered heifer that's really good in terms of her rib shape and her rib cage, and still a nice look about this heifer. Then when you set the cattle in motion, she's got some clearance at her hock. She's got some width of chest in her as well. I think fits together really nicely from the side. The heifer in second grows on me. I really like her skeleton. I like her hind leg construction. She's just a little antsy out here and probably hadn't been to town a whole lot yet. I think when she settles in, there's a lot of good in this female. She's not as dense as our heifer that we but I still think a very useful kind of a female. I thought was a little better in the angle of her shoulder than our heifer that comes in third. This young lady can flat show one. Now this heifer's a little harder to show, but she does a great job exhibiting this heifer. She's got that eye of the tiger look about her, and she knows where I'm at all times. This heifer's got things I really like in terms of being sleek fronted, really attractive kind of a female that's very, very feminine. She just doesn't hook up in her shoulder quite as nicely for me when you ask her to get out and go. But boy, if I ever needed somebody to help me stick, I think I'd grab that little girl. She does a great job. It's a little bigger, bulkier heifer with a little more performance to come out next. She's just a little too chuffy up through her front end, and honestly, we just need to set her back on her shoulder and redesign her from a structure standpoint. But she's got some body, she's got some doability to her. She's obviously captured some weight per day of age in this grouping. I might want to tone her down maybe just a notch in that regard from a maturity standpoint. The red heifer to come out next, just a real solid kind of a female. Doesn't really blow you away in any one area. She's just going to make a good, productive brood cow. Maybe not some of the sharp intangibles for the show ring, but just really solid in her design. Just kind of runs out of horsepower. This heifer is a little stouter featured. I didn't read her being quite as nice up through her head, neck, and shoulder as the heifer that goes ahead of her, but she's a little bulkier, and the female we close with, just a little greener in her condition today. Needs a little more time at the end of the bunk, and I think that heifer's going to have some continuation to her. Good class.
Well, congratulations over here in the balancer ring. Results out of your second half of Class 52. First place was exhibited by back number 8368. That's Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. Second place in that class was exhibited by Green Hills Galvie. Third place will go to Bowler Galvies of Orleans, Nebraska. Fourth place went to DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa. Fifth place, exhibited by Cooper Galvie of Burdett, Kansas. Sixth place went to Toby Voss, Bruning, Nebraska. And seventh place to Addison Prim. We're now going to bring in Class 53. These will be spring heifer calves born March of 2023. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here in the Jim Norick Arena, we're bringing those division champions around here in your Lim-Flex show. Let's put our hands together for all the junior Lim-Flex and Limousin exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress. We'd also like to take a moment to thank our judge today, Mr. Shane Bedwell of Holt, Missouri. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and thank Mr. Bedwell.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I certainly appreciate the opportunity to be with you here at the Cattlemen's Congress. This Jim Norick Arena certainly has a lot of history in the Western culture and cowboy culture, and Cattlemen's Congress has certainly added another flair to the long, steep tradition that's been a part of Oklahoma City. And it's pretty neat, honestly, when you come, and humbling anytime you get the opportunity to judge such a very high caliber set of cattle. The leadership in this breed I know very well, and worked alongside of them, and we're big supporters of the judging program at Colorado State. Mark and George, there's a great staff, a former student over there that's leading, doing a good job there at the association. So it's kind of like almost coming home. This Limousin breed has done a lot of good things over the years, and the progress that you've made and what you've been able to do with your junior program is really, really impressive. It's shown by the young people out here. We've had great ring help out here in this show. This set of cattle has been extraordinarily good, both in the purebred show, but this Lim-Flex show has been really, really competitive, in my opinion. The other thing I think is important, and we get daily reminders, and when we have tragedy in our lives, and there's a picture of Gerald down at the end, and I can think of 7 or 8 people really quickly that we lost in this year that have meant a lot to a lot of us in this breed out here. Some of us, have some other people that we've lost along the way. And I guess the moral of the story is that you want to hug and spend as much time and quality time with the people that you really care about in your life, because you never know when the good Lord's going to call us home. And so make it count. I've tried to make it count out here in your show today. I've really enjoyed it. This is an impressive lineup of cattle. Be safe, cherish one another, and keep breeding really good cattle. It's been fun. Thank you.
And congratulations, your grand champion female here in our junior Lim-Flex show, Cattlemen's Congress. Congratulations, Sarah Sullivan, Dunlap, Iowa. And your reserve grand champion female here in our junior Lim-Flex show, Ben Spencer, Gibbon, Nebraska. Again, congratulations to all of the Limousin junior exhibitors, and a special thank you to our judge this morning, Mr. Shane Bedwell.
A lot of good heifers in this class, and maybe a little harder to piece together just because you have so many different types and kinds. This heifer we're going to start the class off with, you know, she's performed well, I guess, at this stage of the game. But again, I think you put that aside, and I think she, as you melt them down, is probably the heifer that has the most totals in this particular group in terms of power and spread and having some rib shape to her. And then with that, she moves pretty comfortably. You know, she might have a little extra skin up there for some, but to me, I think she'll grow right into that as you get her to a yearling status. I think this is a very good kind of a heifer. It's got some density and some horsepower and still moves pretty comfortably. This heifer's a lot like her in terms of body type. No, she's probably not quite as stout and opened up as our class winner. I didn't read her being quite as good in her shoulder design. She wants to get just a little tentative in the way she sits down behind, but that's still a good heifer and I think matches our class winner. The one that I think is hard to know what to do with is this light kind of fawn colored here in third. I like her flatness of shoulder. I like the femininity and the refinement that she's got. And this heifer moves extremely well. If you think she's got enough rib shape and enough spread, I think you can start the class with her. When I got in behind them, she just did a little disappearing act on me in terms of her pin set and down to the ground. And she's just a little flatter built. But I like this heifer. I think if she continues to mature and open up, that's going to be a very, very good female, and I think would change the dynamic of the class. I like the heifer in 4. She's a lot like the first 2 cattle in terms of power and spread. She runs out of bone and foot size. Then when we set her in motion, she doesn't grab the ground just comfortably enough for me. A little timid in her pastern, a little straighter in the edge of her shoulder. This good heifer here, I think, just make a real kind of a good replacement someday. She's got femininity and attractiveness. She moves well, just not dense enough, opened up enough to compete with some of them cattle on up the line. This heifer's got a neat look, a little straight in the edge of her shoulder, but really got a strong top line and a level hip. Same goes for the heifer that closed the class. She's level in her design, good out through her hip, up through her front end, just runs out of doability and center body in relation to some cattle on up in the class. Good set of females.
Well, congratulations in class 53, first place. We'll go to DTK Cattle Company, Janesville, Iowa, with DTK Love and Lizzie. Second place, and congratulations goes to Tegan Bird of Hampton, Iowa. Third place was exhibited by Brittany Julie Anderson of Ashgrove, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Rochelle Anderson of Jamestown, Kansas. Fifth place exhibited by Cooper Galvie. Sixth place in that class, exhibited by Steichenruger Farm, and seventh place went to Lucas Kleins. We'll now look to see class 54. These are spring heifer calves born March of 2023.
good heifer to win the class, and not much debate. And me, I wanted to watch those next three walk. This is a good heifer. She balances well. She's attractive. She's sleek in her look. Yet with that, she's the most comfortable heifer. I think her and the heifer in second are the two most comfortable from a structure standpoint and the way they get out and grab the ground. This heifer's got a lot of future, it looks like to me, just in terms of the way she's made. I like the cleanliness of composition that she comes to us in. That's a heifer that I think's got a lot to her and still a good future ahead of her. This heifer's the most like her from a mobility perspective. The hind leg construction on this heifer is, to me, second best. She runs out of gas, probably in relation to the cattle on either side of her, but her look and her presence and her balance, I think, gets her to second. And again, kind of just the same mold as our heifer that wins the class, just not as much of her. It's a good heifer in third. She's really round-bodied. I like that about her. She's bold sprung, got a lot of capacity, set her in motion. She just doesn't want to get out and cover her track quite as nice as those top two. Wants to come up a little short and concise in her rear leg travel, but that heifer you like a lot of things about. Same goes for the heifer in fourth. Got a lot of eye appeal, and again, standing still, one that fits the mold that you like. Set her in motion. She's too timid on her toes, too straight up and through her shoulder, and just doesn't go with enough flexibility for me off either end of her framework. Next heifer is one that's got some depth of body, a little plainer up front, just doesn't have that extra wow factor as some of the other cattle. This one does have a neat look about her. She's just too flat right in behind her shoulder, a little searchy off of her front end. Next heifer, just a little green. I think one that's got a good skeleton underneath of her, just needs the body down. Looks like she might be hitting a shot of growth here today and looks a little empty or middled. Heifer that closed the class, has some body density to her, some cowiness, just doesn't have that extra gear from the profile that some of the other cattle in the class have.
Well, congratulations in Class 54 over here in the balancer ring. First place exhibited by Braxton Murray of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Second place went to Brecken Murray, also of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Third place exhibited by Connor Blaba of Burton, Kansas. Fourth place and congratulations, good Hilltop Farms, Benny McWilliams of Asbury, Missouri. Fifth place was exhibited by Owen Sauer of Lewiston, Minnesota. Sixth place and congratulations will go to Steinkruger Farms of Upland, Nebraska. Seventh place will go to Kyson Teal, Caw City, Oklahoma. Eighth place exhibited by Owen Sauer. We're now going to bring all those first and seconds in. Our judge will select his champion reserve spring heifer calves.
Nice lineup of these heifer calves in the balancer show in this division, and a lot of numbers, and work through some bigger classes, and hopefully you can see a type and kind and a pattern here. You know, to me, good ones look a little different and within respective classes, and we have that probably present out here. We got different maturity patterns. We got some different kinds, but to me, they were all sound. They had some look about them and yet had some little extra horsepower as well. And I think this is a really good lineup of females. There's one that suits me really nicely. I think this heifer balances well. She's got some continuation, yet she still looks good today. I think a real good kind of a female. That heifer out of the last class that the young man has is going to be our division champion. Let's give him a good round of applause. We're bringing that heifer that was second in that class. I think she's a lot like her in terms of just silhouette and pattern. Is she maybe quite as opened up? No, she doesn't have quite as much stoutness, but I think that one looks good from the side. She's a female that's got some future to her. Maybe not quite as ripe and ready to roll today, but I think a very, very good heifer. There's another one that hit me pretty good in class. I think this heifer's got some extra intangibles, still a lot of quality to her. I didn't read her being quite as soft in her flank, maybe as that heifer that ends up winning, maybe not quite as unique in her look, still high quality heifer. I like this female right in front of me to be the reserve in this division.
Well, congratulations on a first division over here in your Bouncer Female Show. Your champion will go to Braxton Murray, Kingfisher, Oklahoma. And reserve champion goes to back number 8368. That's Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. We'll now look to get started with your winner heifer calf division. First class in the ring will be class 56. These are February of 2023.
Blueprint is a targeted approach without excess for peak performance. Blueprint's organic trace minerals unlock the health and potential of your cattle to perform at their very best. If you're ready to start planning for the best, find Blueprint at your local Hubbard Feeds or Crystal X supplement dealer.
kind of a no-doubter to win this class here, and I think this heifer puts a lot of good things together, and from foot size, bone work, got a good look to her. She's the right kind of maturity pattern, I think, for a heifer calf. Good body, good lines. She's a little dumb, and I think that caused her to maybe just not show herself off, but I think this heifer is very, very high quality. You know, she's very dense in her makeup, but yet she's still pretty right from a composition standpoint. Just a lot of good in this particular heifer. One that's got some middle, some stoutness to her. And for me, they don't have to be the longest fronted ones. And we might have cattle in here that are a little trimmer up front than her, but still plenty good enough for me. I think that's just a real useful kind of a female that gets right away with the class. Then you got to make some decisions. I think 2, 3, and 4 require some thought process and some judgment because each one of these heifers has things that you like. To me, easily the second soundest heifer is the one that comes in 2. I really like the way this heifer scoots from behind off of her hind leg. She's one that's really true as she goes to the ground. She could probably get a little bit inside from a mass standpoint of the 2 heifers, the one that wins the class, the one behind her. But I just like this heifer's basic brood cow principle. Not the biggest, not the stoutest, but I think sure enough, to me, the second soundest, she's going to get the red ribbon in this class. This one's really long-bodied. She's really extended from the profile. You like her length of top, her levelness of hip. She just separates a little more up and through her shoulder and wants to tighten in her heart just a bit more. And I didn't read her being quite as athletic from a structure standpoint. But if you like them long-bodied, you like a silhouette, that heifer sure paints a nice picture. With that extra length, though, I'd like to see her move a little better off of her front end and from behind. This one, I like a lot of things about. And honestly, if we can rework her structurally, I think she can get up in the class. I like her dimension, like her body. I like her substance and her strength. When we set her in motion, she's just a little piecier for me off either end of her skeleton. And then she wants to wash out a little bit in her top line as well. So a collection of little things that works that heifer into a very competitive 4th. Here's a moderate, cowy kind of a female that's roomy-middled, soft-made. The short-switched heifer probably just doesn't have quite the elegance from the profile. Some of those other cattle up the line starting to show just a little more condition up and through her front end. Next heifer, really powerful, really stout up high, just a little rounder in her design and not quite as ladylike. And the heifer that closed the class has some body. We need to rework her structurally, maybe just peel a little grease off of that one. I think it'd make her look a little more ladylike in terms of her makeup.
Well, congratulations in Class 56. First place exhibited by Shelby Candler, Weaverville, North Carolina. Second place was exhibited by Easton Bowes, Orleans, Nebraska. Third place, and congratulations, Victoria Brooke Nowak of Bland, Missouri. Fourth place will go to Easton Bowes. Fifth place, Cal Cook, Lindsay, Oklahoma. Sixth place went to Pro Heart Seedstock, Pueblo, Colorado. And seventh place, and congratulations, go to Plus One Cattle Company. We're now going to bring in Class 57. These are winter heifer calves born January of 23.
This heifer that wins this class will make you pay attention a little bit here. This is a good one. She's one that's got a lot of look. She's got a lot of power, a lot of balance. You know, again, we've talked about she's got some size to her, and you know, I don't care. I mean, big, little, she's pretty darn good. Her makeup is right. Her structure is right. She's very well presented. Got a neat look up through her front end. I think she's one that'll kind of make you sit up here and kind of, she commands this class pretty good. That's a nice heifer to lead off this class. You know, this heifer just kept growing on me. She don't really blow you away in any one area, but I think of what we've got remaining after a pretty dominant winter, she's the heifer that's the next hardest to fault. She's got a nice look from the side. She balances up well. Probably doesn't have just the extra intangibles of the class winner, but I still think a real solid heifer there to land in the second spot. This heifer from her shoulder back, I really like the cowiness that she has. One that's real broody and pretty sound on her feet and legs. Just a little coarser up and through her front end, a little shorter about her neck in relation to those two heifers, but just real solid in her makeup. A lot of replacement potential in that one in terms of the softness of flank that she's got. The next heifer's got a tidy look. You want to get her all the way to second because she's got a long neck and she's extended. You know, I would buy into that. She closes up a little more for me as you get in behind the cattle, a little flatter in the upper part of her body, a little narrower in her pin set. But you just get off to them from the side. I think that heifer really has a lot of nice things about her. We'll see how she matures. If she gets huskier, if she does, I think she can get up to second. For me, she just narrow as she goes away from you. Next heifer's got a little more doability and power to her. With that, though, she separates in her shoulder. She's the one that maybe doesn't sit down quite as nice as you'll watch her go right away from you. Good heifer to come out next. I swapped that pair as they were on the approach. I just think this one's a little better right in behind her shoulder, a little shorter about her neck, but got some cowiness to her. Same goes for the next heifer. Has some density, some openness of body. She just wants to search a little more off of her front end. And the heifer that closed the class has some extension from the profile. You know, she still moves adequately. We just got to give that heifer a little more doability in the center part of her body to move her up any higher.
Well, congratulations in Class 57 over here in the balancer ring. First place exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Second place was exhibited by Cody Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Third place will go to Lacey, Raina Judd, Pomona, Kansas. Fourth place was exhibited by Thomas Phelps of Paragould, Arkansas. Fifth place, and congratulations, Casey Brown, Dwight, Kansas. Sixth place went to Clarabelle Bishop. Seventh place, and congratulations go to Cale Cook. In eighth place, we'll go to Plus One Cattle Company. When I'll bring those firsts and seconds in, our judge will select his champion reserve winner heifer calves.
Well, it's always fun when you got good ones, and I thought both these heifers dominated their classes, and they're both really nice cattle. I think both these, and that's not taking anything away from our seconds because they're good too, but these two here are really, really good cattle. And there's subtle differences between them, but I think they're both very high quality. There's some similarities between them as well. They're cattle that definitely got some volume, got some stoutness. There's one that's just kind of next level, and then, you know, we're going to make a really nice one reserve. Again, don't know what's coming, but I feel pretty comfortable with these two as if the show ended right now, because these two are that good. I think both of them are that good, and you know, I think they're cattle that got some pieces that are obviously hard to find. So heifer out of Class 2 is our division champion. Heifer out of Class 1 is our reserve. Great pair of heifers for these two young ladies.
Congratulations in the winter heifer calf division. Your champion will go to back number 8409. That's Butler's Miss Lola 133L, exhibited by Avon Moon of Ellensburg, Washington. Reserve champion will go to back number 8394. That was Shelby Candler of Weaverville, North Carolina. We're now going to start the senior heifer calf division. First class in the ring will be class 59. These are November through Decembers of 2022.
Another good class of females here, and again, one that finds herself to the forefront with relative ease, in my opinion. Really a stout-featured kind of a female that's got a lot of body to her. Springer rib is good on this particular heifer, and then with that, she's the one that's got the biggest paws, and she's the burliest in her design as you get her out here, and still moves pretty well off of both ends. I think just one that you got to kind of find and gravitate to win the class. I like the refinement and the sharpness of the heifer in second, laid in smooth at the point of her shoulder, and really attractive up through her front end. It looks like a lady. With that, though, she doesn't have quite the density and burliness of the heifer we have that wins the class. She wants to get out power just a little bit. But I thought in terms of comfort level and still having some structural integrity, she's the one we're going to land on for second in this group. A good red heifer to come out in third that's sensibly sized, got an easy keep and look about her, just a little duller as you study her from the profile in relation to those top two cattle, wants to get just a nickel more hesitant up out of her shoulder. The next heifer can inject some power, no doubt about it. probably as thick and wide and deep as any heifer we have other than our class winner. She just gets a little timid as she grabs the ground, a little set out in her shoulder, and we need to set her ankle down a little bit differently. Heifer that closed the class, probably a slight edge structurally over the heifer that goes right ahead of her. She just runs out of gas, though, as we look at her in the center part of her body, get up in front of her and around from behind, just closes up too much, but still a useful kind of a female to close out.
Well, congratulations in Class 59, here in your Senior Heifer Calf Division. First place will go to back number 8414. That's J.C. Follow You to Virgie, 222K, exhibited by J.C. Forbes. Second place in congratulations, Molly Anderson, Marion, North Carolina. Third place went to Buffalo Livestock of Leavenworth, Kansas. Fourth place will go to Brad McWilliams in Hilltop Farms. And fifth place in congratulations will go to Dylan Phelps. We'll now bring Class 60 into the ring. These are senior heifer calves born September to October of 2022. Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Jim Norick Arena over here in Ring 1. We're excited to get started with your National Junior Red Angus show. We are going to start with our percentage show. We're excited to welcome your judge today, Mr. Tim Schaefer of Hagerstown, Indiana, of Schaefer Show Cattle. His wife, Emily, and sons, Braylon and Collier, live there in Hagerstown, Indiana. Schaefer Show Cattle is a 250-head multi-breed operation. The program focuses heavily on the junior show heifer market, extensive genetic sales, as well as campaigning a strong lineup of maternal-driven bulls from semen sales. With the Schaefer Show Cattle team, Tim has been fortunate enough to exhibit, sell, and raise multiple national champion females and bulls over the past 20 years. Over the last 8 years, Tim has judged the North American, the American Royal, Fort Worth, and many state fairs across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Welcome Mr. Tim Schaefer here to the Jim Norick Arena. We've got our first class in the ring over here in ring 1 for your percentage Red Angus show. First class is May Heifer calves.
Another very good class of females and very competitive all the way through, and a good heifer to lead off with. Really angular about her shoulder, really a smooth made kind of a female. Again, I think her advantage, and we start to sound like a broken record the longer we've gone on, just structural integrity, I think, elevates her to the forefront. Hind leg construction, very well presented, good looking kind of a female that's attractive. Very nice heifer to win the class. Female that comes in second, you like a lot of things about. Really sleek about her design, really sets her neck up nice at the top of her shoulder. She's a little straighter though off the edge and the base of her shoulder in relation to the heifer that wins the class. I didn't see her being quite as comfortable, but still a striking look to that heifer and some power in her. Same for the heifer in third, shoulders back, really a wide kind of a female in terms of her construction, a little sluggish in the way she goes off of her front end, not quite as elevated as our top 2 cattle. Next female's deep bodied, a lot of capacity, a little chuffier up and through her front end, maybe just a little plainer in her look. The red heifer's a good bodied female that's got some doability to her. She too, like the heifer right ahead of her, just didn't have enough presence to compete. Then a pair of cattle that are very similar on the end. Both cattle that got some dimension to them. They just don't piece together quite as nicely as their contemporaries from the side.
Well, it's an honor to be out here sorting your Red Angus and your percentage cattle, and just the show I've been looking forward to since we got the call to come out here. Just excited with the quality and the prestige of this place to be down here sorting the livestock, and what a way to kick off with this percentage female. Young man's May female as just a single entry here, but still one loaded with quality. This one's design, this one's build is truly good. I think one that still reads very, very maternal in her kind. I like the shape and her turn to her rib for her maturity and her size right now. She's good about her hip. I think a female that's really nice about her foot shape, her foot size, one that gets out with some athleticism. I think one maybe you could tweak just in the way her shoulders laid on, her skeleton just a notch, but in terms of just high quality pieces in a fundamental package, really high quality way to start off the show. Congratulations.
Well, congratulations in our percentage show over here in the Red Angus ring. First place in Class 1, we go to Camden Flippo, Rush Springs, Oklahoma, with FFF Pixie 3148. We'll now bring in Class 2. These will be March heifer calves. Back over in the balancer ring, results from Class 60 spring heifer calves. First place went to T-Bar S, Miss 24 Carat 1167 KET, exhibited by Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington. Second place in that class exhibited by Justin Herlin, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma. Third place will go to Rory Rook of Lamar, Missouri. Fourth place was exhibited by Hadley Ketcherside. Fifth place went to Drew Stock. Sixth place in that class was exhibited by Addison Prim. And seventh place also by Addison Prim. Now currently in ring 2, we have your first and seconds, and our judge, Dr. Blake Bloomberg, will select his champion reserve.
Another good division here in the balancer side, and a good pair of cattle out of each class. I think respective first and seconds are still just very useful in their kind, but still kind of a runaway for me in this particular group. A flat-shouldered, good-looking heifer that's mobile, one that's got some stoutness as you take her to the ground, and very well presented. This heifer out of Class 2 is going to be our division champion. Congratulations, this young man. Good job, buddy.
Congratulations in this division, your balancer ring. Your champion going to T-Bar S, Miss 24 Carat, exhibited by Avon Moon.
I think this heifers are similar here in contention for reserve, but I'm going to keep the pair of classmates together. I see just enough more stretch and power here in this reserve. She's going to, the second place heifer is going to follow her through.
And congratulations, reserve senior heifer calf going to Justin Herlin, Blue Jacket, Oklahoma, with Prima Donna K272ET. We'll now look to bring in your intermediate heifer division. There'll be one class in this division.
This second class, and just a pair in here, but boy, just in terms of their quality and their pieces, just a really, really high quality pair of heifers. I like both these heifers a good bit, and what they bring to the table, I think, offer a lot of good in them. For me, the one that's going to lead off the class, I think just in terms of her softness of structure, a little bit extra and durable foot underneath her, and I like the way this one plants as she gets off her rear two and goes. I think a female that ties in just blends a little smoother, a little seamlessly from her shoulder to her forerib to her midrib, one that's still really bold and opened up about her body shape. I like her hip. I really like the hip and hind leg this one has. Not as neat and as chiseled and as sculpted through her head and the base of her throat, but still one that ties and ties high, really elegant from the side. Still plenty feminine enough for me. I just think this one ties a lot of nice things together. The one that has the most outward pieces here is the female here in second. Really eccentric the way this one ties out of her shoulder. Really good about her head and her neck. I think a female that's got plenty of power and punch to her and still handles it plenty good as she goes. She's not as big and soft-footed as that class winner, but one that still has plenty enough to her. I think just a really high-quality pair.
Well, I think this is a close placing over here on the balancer side, and honestly, if you tweak one area on the young man's heifer, I think she wins easily, and then you're gonna start trying to weigh totals. I am gonna start with the young man's heifer. I just think she puts too much good together, and I know she needs to be a little looser constructed, but the extra bone and mass and power that she has with that really elegant, attractive look, on a stand, if these were standing still, this heifer, I think, wins it pretty easy. She needs to move a little better. I understand that, but I just think you have to give up too much in terms of density and just look and eye appeal to beat her in this class. I wish she moved a little better. If she had the running gear that the second place heifer had, then I think it'd be lights out. But, you know, if I was skinny, I wouldn't be fat. So, you know, you got to look at them here. I like them both. I just think that heifer's got a little more good in her. This heifer moves better, no doubt about it. She's got a little more flexibility to her. I just don't read her having quite that same level of quality from the profile or the extra intangibles that we find in the class winner. But that's a close pair. If you want to side with structure, use that heifer. I just think there's too much good in the heifer that wins the class.
We'll keep it moving through this first division in our percentage show, and just a trio of good stock out here. I think three of these heifers bring a lot of good to the table, bring a lot of good to the breed industry. We had that single class winner there and talked, and just her cowiness and her maternal look. I think a female for a May still holds her own out here. I like the balance, I like the design. Maybe not some of the unique pieces that the pair of heifers had out of that last class, but one in terms of just her quality lines, her quality build. I think there's still a lot of good in that heifer. We just talked that pair of high quality females. We preferred the one with just a little extra softness of foot, a little more length to her hip, a little bit more just cow-like look to this one, but really like the exotic pieces of that one that went second. I think the quality alone in that last pair out of your last class, let's give them a round. We're going to keep those two young ladies together. They'll be your calf in reserve. Congratulations to them.
Well, congratulations. Back over in the balancer ring, results of the intermediate heifer division. Your champion exhibited by Kyson Teal, Cost City, Oklahoma, and reserve champion went to Carson Youngblood, Columbus, Kansas. Now in ring 2 is class 64. This is your late spring yearling division. Back over in the Red Angus ring, results of your first division in our percentage show coming out of class 2. Your March heifers, your champion will go to Elise Lenz, Creston, Iowa with MCL Smiles 3011, and reserve champion Spring Calf will go to Reese McMurphy of Alva, Oklahoma with MF Katie 347. We're now going to bring in class 3. These will be February heifer calves.
We'll kick off this next division with the February female and just a single entry, but I think a female in terms of her lines and her look and her design could withstand some competition, especially you get this female right here on the stand and get her parked. I think she presents and showcases a lot of good that's in her. I think a female that we bring some others out here, we could break her down in terms of maybe some structural tweaks, but in terms of just her lines, her look, her balance, and her design, I think it's truly, truly good right there. For me, we maybe just have a little more authority as she gets out of her hip and her hind leg, open her up from her point of her shoulders, open her up and give a little true more width up through that front third of her skeleton. But in terms of just high quality pieces, let's congratulate her on a high quality single entry.
Another nice trio over here on the balancer side. And the heifer that wins the class, I think, again, does so pretty comfortably for me. You talk about one that's got some spread, some upper shape to her, really nice out through her hip and her hind leg. A female that's fresh enough, I think, at this stage of the game. One that's got some density, got some power to her. Looks like she's starting to shake down a nice little udder underneath of her. A good heifer there to lead off the class. She just kind of overwhelms the next heifer from a bone and a power perspective. But this is a nice, really typey kind of a female. Going to make a real useful kind of a replacement when you get her into production. Kind of what you see is what you get on this heifer. Maybe not the extra intangibles as the class winner, but still very solid in her makeup. And another brood cow here to come in third. She's deep-bodied, a lot of springer rib. I like the volume and capacity this heifer has. A little piecier maybe, doesn't balance quite as nicely as the top two, but I think going to make a very fundamentally correct, good female. Got a gorgeous udder starting to lay in underneath of her. Looks like she's going to enter motherhood right when she needs to. Nice trio of females.
Well, congratulations back over in the Percentage Red Angus show. Your February class and also your junior calf champion exhibited by Avery Coivisto of Cromwell, Minnesota with BJF Farah 3020L. Now in the ring is class 4. These will be winner heifer calves. In the balancer ring, results of your late spring yearling division. Your champion went to back number 8435. That was Corbin Lowe of Winfield, Kansas. And reserve champion went to Molly Anderson of Marion, North Carolina. Now entering the ring is class 66. These are junior yearlings born January to February of 22.
Another nice pair of these percentage cattle and a nice one to lead off in terms of just having some extra looseness of skeleton, a little bit more reach and attractiveness as she gets out and goes on the move. I think one that still blends together really, really nice. We talk about the extra structural advantage. I think she just carries a little bit more cow and true width from end to end. One that's there on the stand still gives you a high quality maternal look. One that's not just totally unique out to that front third, but blends in and ties so nice out of her shoulder, bounces back. She's good about her center body. She's good about her hip. I just like the added foot and features she has underneath her. And I think there's a distinct advantage in terms of that foundation to go ahead and lead this class. The heifer that's in second, I still, in terms of just her balance and her look, I appreciate that about her. I'd like to make her a little bit more softer and maternal about it, the way she carries her rib. I think a female, you get her out in the go, gets a little high and tight in that spine, wants to drop her pins as she goes, maybe just square her up from end to end, but sure appreciate the condition, the look, and the design that female has. A nice pair right there to start this division.
Well, congratulations, your champion fall heifer calf Exhibited by Cameron Parrish of El Dorado Springs, Missouri, with ALT 1116K, and reserve champion in that division will go to Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. We'll now bring in Class 5. These will be summer yearling heifers.
a nice trio of females here, some A's and Junes out here in this class, and there's some give and take, and especially on the top side of this pair. I think one maybe just a little bit more maternal in the design, one that adds a little bit more feature and power to it, and I think both these females off the front end of their skeletons, we could tweak and just assemble them a little differently as they get out and go. For me, though, where I just, in terms of my priorities, I land on the young man's heifer here in terms of just a little bit more maternal in her body shape. I like the hip and the hind leg this female has. I think there's just plenty of cow written all over this one. And in terms of her condition and where she's assembled out here for me today, I think she carries just a notch more true shape, true turn to the lower third of her body cavity. I think a female is just a little bolder in the way she's designed there. I like how she's tucked up in the base of her throat down into her chest. I think a female that really gives you a nice look, especially right here on the stand. She gets out and goes. I'd like to just reassemble her there from her shoulder to her knee, just let her get out and go a little freer as she goes. But I think in terms of quality pieces, especially right there on the stand and in the best condition for me, that's the one we draw to in this class. The one here in 2, you love this thing's length and just design and the extra horsepower she has. Still, for one that is that long bodied, can still get out and go off her rear 2 extremely nice. For me, I like to redefine the way her head and her neck's assembled, maybe just make her a shot more feminine up through the front third of her skeleton, clean her up in her chest just a notch more. And for me, where I just kind of reassemble her, rolls out of that front third just a notch more than I like to see out here. I like to just turn her in the way she's from the point of her shoulders to the base of her knee. But in terms of power, length, and design, you sure appreciate the quality that thing brings out here for us today. The one that's going to round out and conclude this class, just in terms of size and scale, she is the youngest out here, but I'd like to see just a notch more of her for her body tile compared to those few heifers above her. I'd like to make her a notch more athletic as she goes off those rear 2 comparably to the 2 that preceded her in this class. But I like her freshness, I like her usefulness, I like her femininity up to the front third. We like to just maybe make her a little freer as she gets out of that rear skeleton.
You know you got a good class, a good breed when you got a class of big heifers that are all this nice. And honestly, you could load all these up, take them home, make brood cows out of them. And yet this one that wins the class, just pretty unique, I think, in terms of her type and her kind. She's just a beast in terms of body and so fresh in her makeup and yet so effortless when she gets out and travels. This heifer's just got so many good things about her, and she's just so unique. And to me, you wouldn't even know she was a balancer. You could call her a lot of different things. She's just that kind. I think just a very good heifer to lead off the class. And this one right here is, she's stout. You talk about one that's wide open from end to end. She's bold, she's dimensional, got great big feet underneath of her, a good hind leg. I think she's probably so easy keeping that she's just maybe not quite as unique through her front end as the heifer that wins the class. But you talk about one that's going to make some impact, I think, in the donor setting. That's a very high quality heifer to come in second. Just not quite as tidy as our class winner. But to be that massive and be that stout and move like she does, that's a very unique animal. This heifer here could have won a lot of classes that we've had. She's really good in her own right. She's long-bodied, she's extended. She just doesn't have some of those extras of the top 2 cattle in terms of bone and power and body, but in her own right, that's a very unique kind of a female. She maybe, as you watch her go right away from you, swings them out just a little bit, just not as much of that heifer in relation to the top 2. Big opened up heifer that's deep and again high performing. Come out next, a little more fragile in her design, maybe just starting to show some wear and tear up through her front end from a condition standpoint. But what a brood cow she'll make when she lays down and enters motherhood. Another very useful kind of a female. This heifer's stout, really dimensional, like the foot size and the bone work that she's got. A little cumbersome in the way she travels out of her shoulder. I'd like to just loosen her up a pinch from a structure standpoint, but boy, one that's wide open in her framework and got lots of horsepower. Same for the next female. Big feet underneath this heifer, really heavy duty in terms of her foundation. The young lady does an exquisite job getting this heifer presented. She just got to move a little better for me up and through her front end, way she grabs the ground, but like the horsepower she brings to the table as well. Probably give up a little bone and feature in this red heifer, but I certainly like her design. If you had 50 cows that look like that, they'd keep you in the business. She's functional, she's useful, she's nice in her makeup. She just kind of gets overwhelmed by them stouties ahead of her. And we got a really nice heifer to close the class. I mean, this heifer here she's moderate, she's sensibly sized, she gets overwhelmed in this particular group, but that's still a quality animal to end a class. A testament to the breeders, a very high quality group here to end our show.
Well, congratulations back over in the percentage Red Angus ring, your intermediate champion heifer, going to back number 50,012. That was exhibited by Jackson Staggs, Wayne, Oklahoma. Reserve in that division was exhibited by Jillian Sherman of Sharon, Oklahoma. Currently in ring 1, we have our final class and division here in your percentage Red Angus show. Back over in the balancer ring, the final division just exited the ring. Your division champion, exhibited by Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kyla, 549 KET. Reserve in that division will go to back number 8441. That was exhibited by Corbin Lowe, Winfield, Kansas. Third place exhibited by Lucky Cross Ranch. Fourth place went to Rochelle Anderson. Fifth place exhibited by Keisha Alber of Guide Rock, Nebraska. Sixth place exhibited by Brenly Alber. Seventh place went to Hayden Tabor, and eighth place went to Brittany Jewel Anderson. At this time in ring 2, we're going to bring in all those division champion reserves, and our judge will be selecting his grand and reserve grand champion, balancer female, here at the Cattlemen's Congress. Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you liked the job he did today in the cattle in the ring, let's put our hands together for Dr. Blake Bloomberg and all of our exhibitors here at the Cattlemen's Congress and our Galvie and Balancer shows. Also, just a note to the Red Angus exhibitors, we're going to take a brief photo break after the selection of our champion reserve percentage females.
Oh, a really nice class over here in our percentage side, and heifers again on the top side, you know, maybe built from a different cloth, and I wouldn't argue with you if you want to switch them up a little bit, but I still think just in terms of their quality, they're very good out here. Both these heifers bring a lot to the table, and taking nothing away from the ones over there against the rail, I think just the quality was so good, but this pair elevated it a notch more, and maybe, you know, go back for a second look and kind of just break them down for you. The young lady's heifer that's going to lead off, boy, and just in terms of her cow-like look, the added dimension, the added mass, this one brings just a lot out here in terms of quality pieces and just a lot of good in her. I love the shape and the turn and her body. She's opened up in her rib and still gets out and goes and handles that rear end structure extremely well. I like the angle and the design of this one's shoulder a notch better than the heifer in second. I wish she wouldn't turn and rotate as much as she does off those front two, but I still think on the stand that one's design, that one's slope suits me a little bit more ideally out of the front third of her skeleton, the way she's built and the way she's hinged, just likes to roll off those front two a notch more. But the heifer here in second, boy, in terms of just fresh condition, unique look from the side, this one is so good at the base of her throat, so good at the base of her chest, blends back, still has plenty of body for her type and her condition and her freshness out here, and I sure appreciate that about her. I think one that's bold about her foot size, good about her bone work, one that gets out and, like I said, handles it extremely, extremely well. I think one that's just a little more vertical and upright in the front third of her skeleton, and one I'd like to just pull apart there from her shoulder to her forerib. Maybe doesn't tie and balance up as nice as her class winner, but one that's very, very unique and eccentric in terms of how she's built, constructed on the stand. This female here in third, I think in terms of just balance, build, and genuine cow-like look, especially on the stand. This one ties and blends extremely, extremely well from nose to tail. Way she flows back from her forerib to her midrib. She's good about her hip. For me out here, as we get her out in the go and ask this female to the lead, I just like to see her a little bit more athleticism, take a little bit more longer reach as she gets off those rear two, but still in terms of having the right lines, the right angles, I think that's a really high quality female in terms of the way she's hinged and built. The cream colored female that's going to round out the class. A really high quality female here to have to end up on the bottom in terms of just her cow-like, her dimension, her body, just a lot of quality pieces in that one. She just planes up and closes up comparatively to the cattle above her. She's a little heavier in her condition for me out here compared to the few above her, but still in terms of body, build, and kind, that one still has a lot of unique pieces to her. Just a really high quality of four females there. Congratulations to them.
Well, as we come to the conclusion of the Balancer show, Shane Bedwell alluded to it earlier, and I want to draw everybody's attention over here to this picture of Gerald Callahan. And Gerald was a dear friend of mine and somebody that we lost, and he discussed that. And when you, a titan in the beef industry is what Gerald Callahan was, and you did not have to agree with him, and he didn't care. He was somebody I learned a lot from, and I lost two of my great mentors in the last 18 months when we lost my dad in May of 2022. And this is my dad's tie that I wore the day that we buried him. And my dad was not built like me, so I had to kind of get this tie over my torso today. It's a little harder to do than it was for him. But I feel Gerald's presence here, and I know we all do, and it's such a great loss for the industry. And Gerald was a man that, he just made a lot of things happen, including the Congress, along with Jimmy Harrell and Tyler, and I saw Jimmy here earlier. But I can't help but think that he would be here, and I know he would. He'd be giving me a hard time down there because somebody brought me a sandwich in the middle of the show, and he just was a unique individual. So it's hard. You lose people in your life, and I got to judge across from Timmy today, who I have a lot of respect for, and Shane Bedwell. And, in 20 years, we're not going to remember who won this show today, but we're going to remember the friendships that we have. And I spent a lot of time in Oklahoma, have since moved, but it's a special place, no doubt about it. This is a special venue and a special event. And these Gelbvieh balancers, both have blown me away in terms of quality. I think that you should, as a breed, should be excited. These cattle have a niche and they fit in. They're just really good. And, you don't have to agree with the ones that I use. I think there's really 3 or 4 of these that come into contention, kind of like the Gelbvieh show, but you should be proud as breeders. I thought the bulls were good. I thought the females were good. I think this has just been an excellent show. But if you get some time throughout the week, if you think about Gerald, keep his wife, Jennifer, the ranch crew, his son, Ryan, and his other 2 kids in your thoughts and prayers, because we often think about Gerald. And I don't know how many times over the last week I picked my phone up just to shoot the breeze with him because I respected him so much. And he touched so many people that are in this industry. So before we select the champion, I want you to give these exhibitors a great round of applause. This has been a killer show. I've enjoyed it. Show them your appreciation. We'll get you a Grand Reserve.
And congratulations, your grand champion balancer female here at the Cattlemen's Congress, the Jim Norick Arena, Braylon Schaefer, Hagerstown, Indiana, with Butler's Miss Kyla, 549 KET.
Well, worked our way through this percentage show, and we get all these division winners and reserves back out here. Not just the pure in terms of quality or in numbers, but in our quality, it's been extremely, extremely good. And while I have the opportunity, just to, remiss on what Blake spoke over there, and it's an honor to be able to sort across the ring from a good friend of mine and one I got to grow up with. And obviously, like he stated, with Gerald and even his father, two mentors of mine and guys I looked up to extremely well. So it was nice on him to speak on their behalf and not shun over there in that ring. So it's truly an honor to judge next to Blake and everybody that's walked through this ring so far. But to the cattle out here, I think this percentage show has been extremely, extremely good. Started off with that first division, those two pair of red females that came out of that second class in terms of just their quality, their good, their usefulness, their extra pieces that can carry on as they mature. And I think both those heifers are going to have an extremely, extremely good run the next year, year and a half, because just in terms of their build, their balance, their look, and their symmetry, they got all the right pieces and they got the right hinge work to kind of go and grow and turn into extremely high quality females. And I think females that definitely draw your attention out here in terms of being in the competition for this overall prize. I think their quality presents that. The cream colored heifer that won that single division there, boy, this one on the stand you truly like. I think just the way she blends from her nose to her tail, her balance, her look, the way she ties out of the top side of her shoulder, she gives you such a really quality look from the side. We talked in that single class about breaking her down, her structure, widening her, and just giving her a little bit more true base width, and just giving her a little bit more athleticism off her rear too. But I still think her lines are right, her build's right. There's a lot of quality and a lot of utility in that female to go on. Our next division winner was just a long-sided one that had tons of power, a big hip and that kind of a female. Not some of the shape and the body and the turn to the lower rib as some of the heifers on either end of her, but I still think in terms of just her lines, her look, her balance, and her design, a female that still got out and went extremely nice off her rear too. I thought a female just balanced up in this lineup extremely well. And then we had that next division with some trade-offs in this class. Really like this one on the stand, young man. I think this one's body shape's so good. I thought her hip and her hind leg, her athleticism, and just the way she handled that rear too was extremely good. We talked in that division about tweaking her, the way she's assembled off the front third of her skeleton, just give her a little bit more slope and angle as she gets out and goes, but still like the cow-like look and the design in that one. And then just like the first division, this last division concluded with another pair of solid red females and built from a different cloth. I thought both of them heifers bring a little bit differences on how they can be utilized in the kids' programs, but I think just in terms of the quality pieces, the one that led off this class, boy, that one had the structure underneath her. She's big, she's bold, like just the feature and the design in this one. She's not the coolest throated one, she's not the just wildest looking one, but I love how that female ties into her shoulder, blends back, big and bold about her rib shape. I really like this one's hip and her hind leg, and she gets out and goes. We tweaked on her and said she rolls out of that front end and plants and twists off that front leg just a notch, but I still think the angle and the design of her shoulder's right, and then so much power and broodiness, still in a cool, unique design. I think that's a really high quality one, and boy, we had an extremely fresh, attractive one there that went second in that, or reserve in that division, excuse me, and I think that pair definitely draws up into contention. So if you would, ringside, we're going to go take another look, but let's give them a nice round of applause for an excellent junior percentage show.
Well, as Mr. Schaefer is selecting his Grand Reserve here in your percentage Red Angus show, we do want to highlight your reserve back over here in the balancer ring. Congratulations went to Avon Moon, Ellensburg, Washington, with Butler's Miss Lola 133L. Well, congratulations, your grand champion percentage Red Angus heifer here in your junior show. We'll go to Emory Bowers, Yukon, Oklahoma, with PBRS KC 2120K. And your reserve grand champion here in the percentage, Red Angus, also coming out of that final division. Congratulations, Ben Spencer Gibbon, Nebraska with J6 Red Ruby 655 KET. Again, congratulations to all of the juniors here in your percentage show. We are going to break for photos real quick. We'll be back with your National Junior Red Angus show.
When it comes to raising champions, only the best will do. At Purina Honor Show, we're not just another feed company. We're the feed company that champions trust. Our livestock feed is developed and trusted by industry leaders, backed by decades of expertise. But we don't stop there. With more than 120 years of research-driven solutions and more than 125 approved patents, you can trust that we don't cut corners because champions deserve the best. Yet we're not just invested in your livestock, we're invested in your youth, the future of our industry. We're proud of the next generation, and we're here to support them every step of the way on their journey to greatness. So if you're looking to raise champions, trust the feed that feeds champions. Purina Honor Show, where champions are made. Let's continue to feed greatness. Visit purinamills.com/showfeed to learn more.
We would like to also announce for your Galvie and Balancer show your premier breeder and exhibitor. Congratulations to the Judd Ranch, Pomona, Kansas. We'd also like to announce the Balancer Bull Futurity Scholarship will go to Gentry Warner. Again, congratulations to all the exhibitors today in our Galvie and Balancer shows.